Hey everyone, welcome back. It's a terrific Saturday night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and we're glad you could tune in and join us or enjoy the on-track experience. Bottom line is Saturday night harness racing action big time here tonight as we welcome these stake stars all across North America as they converge on this Campbellville Oval here tonight for a variety of stake events. Beautiful weather outside, fast track, 22 degrees, 72 Fahrenheit this evening, and barely a stitch of wind to come in. So it's going to be a great night right across the board for tonight's 10 race card. We'll dive into program change information, vital information to you, the handicapper. How about $100,000 in guaranteed pool money right off the bat? Play the early pick 5 with a low takeout, and you get that $100,000 guaranteed tonight. No changes in the opener, by the way. In the second race, show wagering has been removed. That second race, the Miss Versatility second leg. In this evening's third race, there's no show wagering. A bunch of changes. Number 1, Honolulu Vacation, shoeing change aluminum to steel behind. 7, Cupid Shuffle, removing the blind bridle. 9, Fun Time Biama, adding a blind bridle. Fourth race kicks off tonight's early pick 4, shoeing change on 4, Command. It's steel to aluminum behind for him. In the fifth race, 2, Ghostly Casper, switches blind bridle, 2 blinkers. The 6, Hasty Bid, a shoeing change, going flip-flops, 2 steel shoes up front. The late pick 5 begins in race 6. There's no show wagering in the 6th race, no changes in race 6. Tonight's 7th race kicks off the late pick 4, no changes there. Final pick 3 starts in the 8th race, scratching number 6, Fulton, who is sick. Late double starts in the 9th, no changes there. Tonight's 10th race features the Jackpot High 5 wager. And no carryover tonight, no changes in this evening's 10th and final. First race post time fast approaching. Woodbine Racing Live, our pregame show is next.
Campbell still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell.
Out of the wire, and the chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Some reach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, Rafael Plisig.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on time. Can't fight, it's gotta be us.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Back in studio on a Saturday night, a stakes-filled Saturday night. Chad Rosema, Randy Waples, ready to go. It's the month of June. I mean, this is what we wait for, right? We know the NA Cup in a couple of weeks. Preparations will continue and get a little bit more serious tonight for a bunch of the Glamour boys and some other stakes action as well. But the Grand Circuit back in town, I mean, there's nothing better.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even just on being a little bit selfish, we get so many NA Cup horses tonight that we're going to start to see a little bit of separation, I think.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a few horses that are, going to basically stamp themselves as one of the favorites in a couple of weeks for the NA Cup, and I think there's going to be a few of them that are going to slide by the wayside. So it's going to be interesting racing tonight. I think we're going to see a lot of stars.
Starts to sort it out. Can this be the deciding factor whether you drop in the box next week for the elims?
This is the whole thing, too, you know. I mean, that's part of it. And the other thing is, too, is that you're not going to put a horse in there and pay that kind of money to start him if he's going to get crushed. That's not going to do you no good. So I just think tonight there's going to be a few of these races that obviously, we're going to have our ones that we think are going to be the top 1, 2, or 3. It's those other ones, though, that have to start making up their mind. Are we going to stick this way, or do we go a sire stake version, or what is it that we're going to do,
And keep in mind, there's quite a few big names and a lot of talent that isn't in attendance here tonight, but will be next week for the elimination. So it's always nice when they all come together next week.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we're seeing some of them now, but next week we're going to see them all. And that's the part where I think tonight there are a lot of people who are going to have to make up their mind. Do I stay with this program or do I go back to the sire stakes, whether it be Ontario, Pennsylvania, Ohio, whatever?
So like last night, 10 races again here this evening, but again, very stakes-heavy card. So what are all the storylines we're going to look at here?
Keys to the night tonight, Mr. Rosema, is number one, we're going to see legendary Hanover. And I mean, so far he is undefeated on his march to the NA Cup, and he has looked sensational doing it as well. So we're going to see a replay of him later on when we talk about his race, but he is the one that I'm really focused on the most, legendary Hanover, on that undefeated march to the NA Cup with that huge mile and 48. Got to really see what he's got on store for tonight. The return of the 2023 Cup winner, It's My Show, is back in town. And what a popular, little nice picture with the Zeron family and that, you know, young Scott towering over his father, you know. It's
Richard
really,
Young
really,
here in attendance,
yeah, it's a
yeah.
really nice picture. But anyway, It's My Show is back in town. It's always nice to see those NA Cup winners coming back, to where they made their name. And I think that anybody would say that the North American Cup was the biggest race that It's My Show has won so far. So he's back in town. And number 3, Captain's Quarters finally going to take on some stake company. Now, he has looked great in the qualifier. He looked great last week, as you can see on your screen right now. Winners of 2, not more than 4. Now he's going to take on a little bit more tougher company. You know, I mean, even like just throwing a Nijinsky just as a 1, just throwing Nijinsky in there. This is going to be the toughest test to date for Captain's Quarters. So we want to see just exactly where he is fitness-wise too. So like Chad was saying earlier, and like I'm telling you out there, sit tight, because this is a really, really deep card of racing.
You know, we're huge racing fans. We love doing this all year, night in, night out. But it's this time of year that really just gets you just pumped, right?
Yeah, especially in those, that January, February pop-up series,
Yeah.
cold weather racing, bad tracks, and you kind of go through it all thinking to yourself that, this is going to come up. And what I find, and I mean, you're just back at doing it, but obviously you've been doing, North American Cups for 20 years, is that it just seems like all of a sudden it's there.
Yeah.
I
know.
It seems like it's months away, and then all of a sudden it's boom, it's there.
I used to always say that. Yeah. And like you say, because we get talking about it, like you say, months out, and then boom, you're right there. And then from a Grand Circuit standpoint, we get a little bit of a lull after that, but we got a lot of great provincial stuff to see.
And the 2-year-olds coming out.
2-year-olds, and then we get a heavy dose again, late August, all the way through to kind of the end of September.
Right.
So
right.
A lot of fun, lots to look forward to, but a big night, and we need extra hands on deck. So we call in one of the best again, and Mr. Mark McKelvey, who's going to be part of our broadcast team and joining us, Mark. And what a nice little 1-2 punch for you, because last night you were at the Raceway in London taking in their signature card, and now you get to come here and see some more great racing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic weekend of racing across the province. Yes, last night the Camelot Classic won by Hullabaloo, just over Line Drive, Hanover, so the free-for-allers were in action. And now we come back east on the 401 here to Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight, and you guys have teed it up beautifully. It's a wonderful night of Grand Circuit action, and I agree with you guys completely. This is something we were waiting for throughout the winter, the spring, and then we get the good stake caliber horses coming into town. What I'm keeping my eye on tonight is maybe some of those those fringe horses for the Pepsi North America Cup. That'll be racing in the Some Beach Somewhere Stakes. We'll see if they can perform well enough to earn the confidence of their connections to make that starting fee payment and enter on Tuesday into next weekend's Pepsi North America Cup elimination. So throughout the evening, I'll be making my way through the paddock and, of course, into the winner's circle for some post-race reaction. Gonna have a lot of fun, guys. It should be a great 10-race card.
Mark, great to have you on hand as usual. So we'll look forward to Mark's input and all the post-race reaction. We like seeing that, especially because those comments are so important.
Oh, yeah.
Going into
hugely
a very important next couple of weeks for all these horses.
Yeah,
right?
Basically that's where the information's going to come from.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes from those interviews and what you see on the track. So those interviews, trust me, it's not the time to go get a coffee. You want to sit down and listen to what they have to say.
But we can get a coffee, though, right?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
as long as you're paying for it. Yeah.
Jeez, I just started back. I haven't got a paycheck yet. My goodness. Anyway, we've got lots to discuss, so let's get right into it here, Randy. Race number 1 to kick off the popular early pick 5. We've got a full field of 10, 5 and under on the pace-nometer. It's a 2 group. You've got Best Night Ever, opened up taking the support, continues to get a lot of it. at 4-5 right now for Team Beaton. I mean, he's got a lot of top talent, especially on the NA Cup trail. This is a OSS son of Better Than Cheddar that is likely to wait for his next provincial engagement. What do you like about him so far this year?
Well, I'm a bit of a fan of Cheddars anyway.
Okay.
Like when I was driving them, they can be a little bit erratic at times. A little bit tough to get along with in certain ways. But my oh my, they will actually hand you their heart in a race. Like they will try unbelievable. So I'm a big fan of the sire of this one. I thought he's been racing, decent enough this year. Only got the qualifying mark so far. So that at some point he is going to win. This is a nice class for him to go that way. So I actually went the Beaton double in here. Okay. I went with him in for second, best night ever. And Wikipedia is the way that I'm going to go with this guy here. I like this horse tonight. Now, when you see him, he deadly great qualifiers. Both qualifiers were really, really fantastic ones. And then that first start, he comes up with a big effort where he actually beats best night ever, good trip and everything, but absolutely beats him good. Then he goes into the SBOA final, has the rail, gets away fifth, but still third, beaten one length, last quarter in 26-1. I thought that was a good effort. And then he goes into the 7-hole where he got away last. He had broken equipment that race in the final, so you can throw that out. Then he goes into the gold, draws the 10-hole, goes to the back again, suffers interference at the head of the lane, still paces a mile in 51-2. And look at the last 3 quarters. Really, really top-notch horse that is fit, ready to go. He's got the 8-hole to work with tonight. Trevor Henry back on him tonight. I do not see them going to the back with him a third week in a row.
Yeah, he was just up against it. When they left out of there in 25 and a piece, and he had the 7-hole, that's just, you're just going to torture yourself trying to get out of there.
Exactly. So, and what were you in against? Fun Time Bayam, again, all these kinds of horses.
Relegated to the back. Then he had the 10-hole, and they go 26 and a piece. Again, you're just in a tough spot. Yeah. So what do? You take your chances. They come back to you. It didn't work out, but I agree with you. He is going to be forwardly placed here tonight. Not saying cutting it, but he'll be more involved, I would expect.
Much.
And I like him. I like Best Night Ever. I think they're major players, but I also think the Irv Miller training number cruncher, you got to look out for him. He's an NA Cup eligible, but was not paid into the Sun Beach somewhere. So he's here, I would assume, to try get a lay of the land and
test the waters.
Right, next week. And he's got a decent bunch to face off against. He was a good third last week at the Big M, in behind Captain Luke, who is a top NA Cup colt. Can't wait to see him here next week as well. And remember the Alamo was second. That one was third, I think, last night in another overnight behind a 49 winner. But Number Cruncher, I think, has kept some good company. You can see there's clearly some ability there. I think you'll come here and show us stuff tonight.
One I'd like to throw in there real quick is the 5-horse Tamworth Boy.
Okay.
I think that this horse is sitting on a decent effort. I'm not saying that I'm not expecting him to beat the 6 or the 8, but I do expect him to get out of there, get in a real good position, and end up maybe touching the ticket.
Well, finally a good draw.
Yes, too, right? Finally a good draw.
Yeah. As we go over to race number 2, let's welcome the Miss Versatility trotting mares here. We've got a group of 7 to wrap up the first double of the night, and we welcome back MM's Dream, the Indiana sensation, who last year at 4 proved that she could battle against the top ones, beating Jiggy Jog, and and then even in the I remember the Breeders' Crown being there, and sure, she got passed by Jiggy Jog, and then she was coming back on late. She's such a strong mare, and she's come back great. And in a field like this, where she's only got 6 others to worry about, although there's some pretty good talent, this just looks like her race to lose, I think, right?
I think
she's going to be
too.
tough.
Yeah, and she's got a middle of the gate. She's got Dave Miller down to drive. She's had the qualifier. 2 straight wins in the open out at Hoosier right in a row. So even though May the 11th, she's coming in with a little bit of a stale date, but that doesn't bother me. Coming out of a stable like Ronnie Burke, they could easily get a good mile into her. So I'm a big fan of Eminem's Dream. I'm going to go that way too. I threw Call Me Goo in for second. Remember last year when she came up here for Doc Moore? She went some sensational miles, really. And and one of the things that I really like about her too is she's got this big, kind of an airy gait to her. Like it's eye-catching. It's just a big, fluid, airy gait. She takes a lot of air when she when she's trotting or whatever, and she just looks fantastic out there. So I'm going to throw her in here again, stale date, but I'm hoping that there's a bit of a fast mile in with these two. Now, the one that really, I mean, Tactical Mounds I didn't use, and that one kind of scares me a little bit because I know what she's capable of. But the one I really wanted to go to, Chad, was Xenia. But unfortunately, you know, I thought that that last qualifier was stupendous on her. The gait that she had as a 2-year-old that was so attractive to me, it came back, you know, as a young horse, but it came back. I didn't see it quite as much as a 4-year-old.
Yep.
Seen it last week, but then unfortunately she was scratch vet sick. She's in for it here tonight, especially with the rail. So I'm going to wait a week on Xenia.
Yeah, I'm excited to see her too. And again, if she can return to that, early career form, she will be a force.
Oh yeah, she could trot
year.
last quarters in 26 seconds like there was nothing to it.
Yeah, Bobby's associated with a bunch of real good ones again.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's got to be excited about his season.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
He should be. After the torture he went through earlier in
Right,
the year,
I know.
the rehab he had to
Yep.
go through, for
Yeah.
sure.
Here's our first look at the Some Beach Somewhere. This is the opening division, a group of 10. Look at this lineup. Headlined by Legendary Hanover. He's got a great draw. Main contenders against him are outside, unfortunately for them. Funtime Bayama, Storm Shadow. But I mean, Wallace Hartley, I know you liked what you saw from this Lazarus last time
Absolutely.
out from the 10. That was a nice little prep into here. Calico Jack, we know that he's probably better than he showed in his most recent, and maybe some others just surprised. Fast Louis racing well, but Legendary Hanover, he's the story, and he just looks like he's come back as a creature.
Unbelievable the way that he's come back. Yeah, I mean, he just looks, and like he's always looked good last year, but he looks stronger this year. Like he's actually filled out even more. He's a stud, man. He just looks amazing when he comes out onto the track. So Legendary Hanover, we have a replay of that May the 18th win on him. He went in 48-3, and you can see that on the paper. But the reason I'm showing it to you is because I want you to see how he won in 48-3. Is this a horse that maybe halfway down the lane was looking for his mother or getting a little bit tired? No. This guy powered through the wire with the earplugs in. This is a nice group of horses in behind him right now. You got horses like Southwind Sambuca, Reign Supreme in there, but he's overpowering. Like he's showing him the whip, taps him once there, puts the whip back away again, leans back, lifts off the accelerator. I mean, it was just an incredible effort. Like 48 over our track is 48. You know, some tracks you go 48 and they're fast tracks. Then you come here and all of a sudden they're staggering in 49 and change 50. 48 over Mohawk is 48, and that was a stunning mile in the last one.
Now, obviously, you've driven in your fair share of beaches, or formerly known as the Burlington. It's a nice lead up into the NA Cup, but the objective's got to be different for some horses.
Exactly, it
and
is.
some trainers, managerial styles. So I'm going to ask you a couple of things. What's the objective for Legendary? What's the objective for Funtime Bayama?
In your opinion. Yeah, Legendary's just, in my opinion, they're just going to keep getting them fitter.
Yep.
You know, that's it. They want them confident and fit, so they want to win with them, but to the same effect, they don't want to overdo it. Now, I think last week, the reason why he turned him loose and went a mile 48-3 was that it was already going to be planned that he was going to miss this week. So this way, you don't have to do a big training or anything. He's right still good on good form. So my guess with him, again, you know, they're going to come out of there. The only thing that I would say about Legendary, though, is that at some point, I think he's going to have to learn to leave a little stronger.
Okay.
Not just coming from off the pace, you know what I mean, or making the remove to the front, because sooner or later he's going to get in against a couple of horses or a couple of drivers there, and they're going to take him on. So I'd like to see him have a little bit more gate speed. I'm sure that it's there. It's just that James hasn't needed to apply it. But at some point, I think he's going to have to. He's going to find himself in a bad spot. Funtime Bayama, I mean, I think that they're going to be coming out of there with this horse, because I don't believe that they think that he was 100% when he got beat last week. You know, there was
still raced great.
Right. At last quarter, 25-3, mile 49 and change. Nijinsky did beat him, but, I think that with the bridle change that he's showing tonight, going from an open to a blind, they're not doing that to take him back. They're going out of there with him. So this is going to be an interesting race. I do not believe that James is going to take weight right back with Legendary. I think he's going to maybe not just push him real hard out of there, but he's certainly going to be forwardly placed. Funtime by Am is going to come out of there as well. And I do not believe for the life of me that Bob McClure is just going to take Storm Shadow right to the back.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be a bit of a cavalry charge.
Because of the gold last week for horses like Funtime and Storm Shadow, if all goes well, I mean, this is going to be 4 straight weeks of racing for them, right? And against some tough company. So, again, I wanted to ask your opinion on that. So that's the first look at the Some Beach Somewhere Division number 1 as we get the graduate in town for the 4-year-old Pacers. A group of 9 in this 4th race. Kickoff to the early pick 4. There's the return of last year's NA Cup champ. It's My Show. After a couple of tries in Kentucky at Oak Grove in the Sire Stakes. Tough draw in the final. Gets back on the Lasix program here. He's obviously a main player. You've got others in here as well that could jump up. I don't know if you see one in here that's maybe going to really jump up in the age ranks at 4 this season.
Yeah, I would say that, It's My Show, and then I'm using the horse on the outside for my top pick, 7 Colors. So I think that, there's obviously Combustion's a really nice horse, don't get me wrong, but I think that these two right now, to me, they kind of stand out, and especially with It's My Show going back on the Lasix program. You can just tell by his lines, him being off at 2 weeks in a row, 2 starts in a row, it just wasn't working for him. So now he comes back up and he gets back on the Lasix program. Can't say enough of the barn that he comes out of. Linda Toscano, one of the nicest people to drive for as a driver, but also one of the most knowledgeable women I've ever met in my life in the sport of harness racing. So it's nice to see them back. I think It's My Show is going to put on a big effort for Scotty Z. The money man's back in town. I'm going to go with the 9-horse, 7 Colors. Now, we have a replay of this one, and I usually show head of the lane, but I wanted you to see, we're going to show 3/4. But anyway, this horse was locked the entire mile. He had the rail leaving. There was a bunch of levers. He could never get out. Now, he finally gets out at the 3/4 pole. But like I said, the entire time around, especially from the half on, he was locked. He couldn't. There was no place for him to go. Now, Yannick and Bobby, they make a little bit of a breakaway here. They were sitting 1-2. They get a little bit of a breakaway. He's the only horse coming forward. And like I said, I mean, you had to see the locked-in trip that this horse had. He was completely shut right down until he got him out. So technically, he only raced that last 3/4, but these other 2 horses had the jump on him on a short stretch. So I'm thinking tonight it's redemption time for 7 Colors. And I seen the trainer, Andrew Harris, walking through the paddock. Good sign.
Yeah, and as you know, because you've driven there too, Flamborough, that's a tough stretch to gain ground on, especially that route.
Yeah.
And I mean, he did, like you say, he did a great job. So I know you and Robert Reed really liking this horse here tonight. I'm actually going to go with the play of the night in here for me. An upsetter in Coach Stefanos. Last year, he was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, he was so good in Indiana, but he also beat some pretty good horses, including It's My Show on occasion. But this year, it's maybe been a little tougher coming back, but I also think he's not really, I think he's better suited to a big track.
Right.
And a nice long stretch. I mean, he's got a lethal late kick, but he can also leave out of there. So I think James is, has been aboard a couple of times, gets him tonight, and I think he's got a good shot if they mix it up. If they can mix it up, look out for this guy. I think he's going to come to life.
Well, he wouldn't be the first Tell It Like It Is that looked awful good on our circuit, because that mare that Travis Cullen has is a pretty nice little tells on a roll.
Yeah.
She seemed to fit in real good here.
Yeah, she's done all right. She's done all right. As we move on to race number 5.
We're in total agreement in this race.
Yes, we are. We are into race 5, which is the graduate for the trotters of the 4-year-old variety, a group of 9 here. Osceola, 3-1 lukewarm morning line favorite. I don't think anybody's going to be an overwhelming choice in here. You've got some good ones, including Mohawk Million champ from a couple of years ago, and coming back here for Melander with a couple of decent qualifiers. Kierkegaard for Svanstedt as well. Chapper Craze, Ghostly Casper's got maybe a fitness edge over some of the others in here. And that's kind of, I really do like Osceola, and I know you like him as well. I'm a little concerned. I don't know your thoughts, but he hasn't raced since May 4th. What do you think?
I'm not in the McNair stable. It really doesn't bother me in the least, you know what I mean? So Osceola, we both like him tonight, but I like him in a way for a different reason. So we're going to show a replay of his, and it's not going to be the last start. It's going to be the April 26th start, and I think this is the reason why this horse is so on his game. I go on and on about the genius driving of this kid, But I think that this was such a, he does risky moves sometimes, and he finds his way back through. And when he does this, he's only racing the horse such a short piece of a mile that the next week they're just exploding. So this is the elimination of the SBOA. I don't need to show you what he did in the final when he absolutely destroyed them. But this is the reason why horses get really sharp. This level of horse gets really sharp, and the season keeps lasting. Is drives like that. So I think that this horse
Didn't hurt him at all.
No, I think that this horse is going to come into this race extremely confident and extremely fresh. And I think that a lot of that goes down to that April the 26th race when he could have moved him to the outside. He elects to stay to the inside. I've done it myself a million times. And then in the final, they are unbelievable. And they'll usually, especially a horse like him, they'll carry it through for a few starts. So I think that this horse is going to be coming into this race crackerjacks good. Southwind Coors scares me a little.
Look at my line, what I say, and I think I've hit the nail on the head here with this horse. Maturity has caught up with the talent.
Yes.
Because Osceola, let's keep in mind, this is a trotter that's got $500,000 made. And he's left a lot of money on the table. Because what would he do at 2 and 3? Beat himself.
Yeah, and it was
right?
trotting hobbles on, trotting hobbles off.
But
now,
there's so much talent there.
Yes, and that was always the thing, was the talent, and he's grown into himself. He's matured, just like you said.
Even there, when Dougie with that slick steer to protect him, and then when he moves him to the outside, in the past, he'd jump it off.
Right. Or he'd have to wait a couple of steps to let him get his footing. Now it's let's go, big fella.
Yeah, no, if he stays together, I think he could have a real big year.
I agree. Completely agree with. We could be looking at one of the best ones.
That's the 5th. 6th race is the other Some Beach Somewhere division. A lot of big NA Cup eligibles in here as well. In fact, the only ones that aren't eligible are the 1 trophy taker and the 7th Stonebridge Thrill. Captain's quarters. I mean, you got to be encouraged by what you saw from him, not only in that qualifier on May 6th, but as you talked about in his seasonal debut. I mean, 50-1, and he was just well within himself. And, now he's going to try some stakes company in here, and at least he gets a great draw. But this is going to be no walk in the park.
No, it's not. Even just the 1 and the 2. I mean, Trophy Taker takes on in the gold last week, takes on some really, really nice horses out of the 8-hole, and was a winner. And that was our first time to see Trophy Taker back for a while. And we know how good Maneri's barn is right now. So he's going to be tough. James McDonald back. Captain's quarters. This is a really well-managed horse, in my opinion. I think Herb Holland has done a great job with him, and so has Jody, too. They've both worked together on this horse. They have not one time have I ever seen anything overdone with this horse. They're bringing him into these races in the next couple of weeks with kid gloves on. So now he's going to have to step up into some state caliber competition. He certainly didn't bother him last year when he was our Metro winner, but he has not seen stakes caliber competition so far this year. Now he's going to have to take on a horse like Trophy Taker, but the one that scares me the most, the one I'm going to use on top, is Nijinsky. Now, again, we have a replay of that May the 25th start. And the biggest thing that I want you to see is that, so he has the 6-hole. He gets himself into this position, 27-1. Look at the body language on Louis Waugh right now with Nijinsky. He, at no point, like this horse has his head turned basically because he wants off of Sylvan's back. This is Funtime Bayama. In my own opinion, I don't think that Funtime Bayama was 100%. He was close to it last week, but not at 100%. But watch this little horse keep coming. And it's not a matter of getting up and beating this great horse on the inside by a nose. He's flying on by, and look at the run out. He's still moving forward. So if I'm going to beat Captain's quarters, I think it's going to be tonight, because he's only had the 1 qualifier and then the 1 race. So I'm going to take a chance with Nijinsky, who outdraws him, has an inside draw. I think he's coming into this race really, really good too. I think that Funtime Bayama had a few races before that race. I think the fitness was in a good place, but I'm not 100% sure if Captain's quarters is 100% fit yet. So I'm going to take a chance and hope that I can maybe beat him this week. But by, probably next week in the eliminations, Captain's quarters with another start tonight, he's probably going to be one of the ones that I'm the most focused on. Just a very, very well-managed horse.
Yeah, I mean, I like him. I like Trophy Taker. I like Captain's Quarters. I ultimately went Newsroom. And I'm going to go his direction. Couple of reasons. Joe Holloway, the Hall of Famer, I mean, he just does such a great job.
Amazing job.
You know, preparing his horses for 2 and 3. And this horse last year reeled off a bunch of wins early. He was an early season standout.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if it was a case of did he just tire a little bit? Did he get a little bit tired, weak maybe on the end of his 2-year-old campaign? That's not uncommon.
No,
We've
no.
seen that before. By all accounts, he's come back great with a couple of qualifiers.
Looks good.
He attracts Dexter Dunn. You know, I mean, if you can get, you know, a guy that's been dominating the game since he's come over here from New Zealand, you'll take it. And I just think you'll see Newsroom firing great again, fresh. That's what I'm anticipating. So I like him in this spot. But this is going to be a good tilt.
Oh, yeah.
Real good
This
tilt.
is really, and I mean, we're not even talking about a horse like Do Better or Unrivaled Hanover that are right on their game right now, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Deep field.
Race number 7, we get a nice overnight group of some older pacers, 9 of them in here. Southwind Sambuca, we saw him in a replay where he was runner-up to Legendary Hanover, which that's tough enough.
And then next week he goes in against the other one.
So he's got to face a 48-3 winner. Then he waits till the last race on the card last weekend to deal with Blue Hun, who airs in 47-4. And he's second best again. So he's been there. The bottom line is Vic Putty's got him in great shape right now. I'm not surprised to see him as the morning night favorite. Did you go his direction?
Yeah, I went his direction there. I mean, one thing you can take off the table with Southwind Sambuca is he fit? Oh, yeah, more than fit. You know, like Chad was just saying, met up in his last 2 starts. He met up with creatures that just went huge miles. This horse is fit. He's ready to go. Middle of the gate draw. The horse that I threw in for second, though, is the 3-horse What You Looking At. I used this horse on top last week. I still like the way that he raced. And I just don't think that the trip kind of worked out for him. I'm hoping for a lot better from What You're Looking At tonight.
And that's where I went. I'm just going to flip-flop with you. And I'm just saying Leader didn't come back to him or anybody in that race.
No, it was a good race.
Last time I thought he raced great. It was a better performance than what we saw from him 2 back. And I don't know if he just needed that after hooking the wheels in that start prior in the Graduate. But I like him. I like him in an inside draw. And I find that this group, although this classification, you're going to get some deeper, more established horses that have got some pretty impressive resumes. I feel like this is maybe more within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
For sure. I completely agree as well, you know. And I just, like I said, the line, the line doesn't show just exactly how the trip just did not work out for What You're Looking At last week. But it was a good race. It was a good one. And the other thing is, too, is Dave Maneri's barn right now is just crushing. So What You're Looking At, I think, is going to be tough. But Southwind Sambuca is right on his game. Just like Chad said, Victor Putty's got this guy firing.
Over to the second Graduate division of the night for the 4-year-old Pacers in race number 8, which kicks off the final pick 3. Down to a field of 7 with Fulton, who's come up 6, so that one's going to be scratched from the Toscano barns. The outside pair moved down a slot on the gates, including the Juravinsky champ, Hunting the Last Dollar, who we saw visual of him holding on. He's come back well. Per Engblom, I mean, back-to-back years where he's just putting up unreal numbers. You know, a student of the Jimmy Takter, brigade over the years, and doing very, very well on his own, and he's got a lot of good horses. So Hunting the Last Dollar looks like a major player. Max Delight, No Control. What kind of a trip did he go in the Juravinsky?
Oh, huge mile.
Valiant effort.
And we've seen him do this before. Get parked every step of the mile and still not want to give up. You know, this horse has got a lot of heart, No Control. And I think, my own personal opinion, I think that he's a stronger horse on a bigger track than a half mile. So he comes back to this big track. I like him in here. I'm going to use him in here for second, but this is my best bet in here. I'm going to go with the 8-horse, Hunting the Last Dollar on him. This is our Juravinsky champ. Now, I was talking to you about the trip that Dougie gave Osceola, about how much it really helped him going into the final. And I know from experience there that it's not just going to be the next week. It's the next week after that and the next week after that. Hunting the Last Dollar, I think McClure did a great job with this horse in the elimination. He draws the 8-hole at Flamborough, takes him right to the back, follows along, finishes 4th. Big, huge last 3 quarters at Flamborough Downs, 121-4. That is smoking. What happened with that, though, that allowed Yannick to drive him just however he wanted. He could have raced him from off, but he elects to go down the road, and to me, the race that Bobby gave him set him up for that big effort. I think that he's going to carry that into this race. We have a scratch of Fulton, moves hunting the last dollar down into the 7-hole. Obviously, it has great speed to work with. And, you know, Yannick's an aggressive driver.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with having Yannick on your best bet because you're going to get a chance.
I've got the 5 and 8 in my 3rd and 4th spots. It was a little different than you here. I'm going to go Why Not Now. Again, a horse that wins a lot of races, a lot of talent last year, proven against the top horses as well.
You're taking all the American horses.
Well, sorry. I mean, that's what I'm doing. This horse is coming here well prepped for Team Luther as they get to unveil him because they purchased him at the end of his season last year. So
Rah, Canada.
Looking for, yeah. Well, you got the Canadian colors on. Yeah. Over to race 9. It's our preferred 2-level pace that we've got here tonight. A group of 8 in here. Salzburg Victor, I thought he raced great last week. He's going to be the morning line favorite. But I've got a play of the night in here. I really like Emmett's Buddy. And I know you're a fan of Emmett's Buddy, but in this spot here, I mean, his last pair of races, he was 6th and 7th. And it's not that he raced poorly. He was just at the back as he's done in the past, but the first time, the half was 57. They come home at 54 and 2. Tough to make up ground there. And then last week, the half is 54 and 2, and they come at 54 and 1 back half, and it's Tarasi you're chasing both times. It was just too tough. Now he's dropping into the preferred 2. It's an overall easier group. 5 times he's raced in this level. He's won it 4 times.
Right.
And he was second the other time that he didn't. So I just think this is a spot, not to mention, he only has 5 starts so far this year.
Yeah,
so he's
for
fresh.
sure.
He's fresh. I
very
really like
fresh.
him.
Yeah, he's right on his game, no doubt about it. I threw him in for second, and to kind of elaborate on what you were just saying too there, that, you know, he got caught in these fast miles at the back of the pack. There was also 2 weeks separation between those 2 starts. You know, like when he went into that last start, he hadn't raced in 14 days. So I think that he now he's right back on that 7-day rotation. He can only be stronger and better tonight. Got a good draw. Definitely no Tarasi's in here, so it's going to be a little bit easier for him. I'm going to go with the 8-horse Write Me a Rose. And the biggest reason is I know this is a huge step up for him. But the speed that he displays to me sometimes, I think he's going to be dangerous at any level that he works, that he races at right now. And I also think that maybe with the outside coming up into the preferred ranks for the first time, I may get a little bit of a price. So Write Me a Rose is the way that I'm going to go. I agree with you, though. I think Emmett's Buddy is the horse to beat.
Reunited with Sylvan is Write Me a Rose. As Dougie goes to Wheels on Fire, I know he was real proud of that horse's win last
As he
week.
should be, eh?
Yeah, coming back from what he had to come back from. All right, I know we got to get rolling here, Randy, so let's quickly just brush over race number 10, where we have a fresh start to the high five. Congrats to the U.S. winner last night who got 32 or 33,000 plus. So nice score. I'm going to go Kopi Luwak from the inside. I just think this horse is going to get a trip. It's an easier bunch for him, and I just think he can win the finale for McNair.
I completely agree. I got him in for second. I love the fact that Dougie's on him. I'm going to go Wear Away for Laura. I think that this horse has really showed me some nice, and he's got a middle of the gate for Tyler Bourne.
What a card we've got coming up here. Can't wait for that. Here are the picks, a few different opinions in here, but I mean, we waited for this moment, and it's going to be a lot of great stakes action over the next couple of weeks, and it all begins right here tonight. Glad you've joined us. Great night to join us on track or tuning in via Simulcast. We'll give you some plays of the night, and then we got to get this night rolling, and we'll kick it off, of course, with the early pick 5. Good luck with all your wagers tonight, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, direct your attention to the winner's circle here at Mohawk Park. Leslie Quinn joins us, a singer and actor from Milton. In the past, she's performed with the Milton Choristers, the Esprit Chamber Choir, and the Brightside Players, and she is currently involved in the Milton Players Theater Group as an actor and director. She is once again proud to represent her community here tonight, and we ask you at this time, if you're able to please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Here they are for tonight's first on parade. 1, Bet the Beach Yankee, Tyler Jones for trainer Ashley Lenvoy, Gino Toscani owns. Number 2 is Price Control, Sylvain Filion for trainer Jean Turigny. Turigny owns with Serge Baudry and Roland Trudel. Here's 3, A-Class Yankee, Michael Whalen for trainer Walter Whalen, Christopher Nicol owns. 4 is Brood On, Brett McDonald with the Rod Hughes trainee owned by Bruce Davey. 5 is Tamworth Boy, Jody Jameson at the lines, Murray Breather trains for George and Greg Hunt. 6, Best Night Ever, Louis Philippe Waugh with the Anthony Beaton trainee, Beaton owns with David Mercer and West Wind Stable. 7, Number Crunchers, Scott Zeron for trainer Irv Miller owned by the Irvin Miller Stable, Douglas Overheiser and Greg Gillis. 8 is Wikipedia Trevor Henry for trainer Anthony Beaton, the owner's SSG Stables. Bet on Sunshine, the 9 gets James McDonald for trainer-owner Paul Ritchie. And the 10 is Bold Spirit, In Rain 2, Dexter Dunn, trainer Chantel Mitchell, the owner's Bill Elliott. It's a field of 10 for tonight's first race to kick off, rolling doubles, pick 3s, plus that $100,000 guaranteed pool early pick 5, the opener, in about 5 minutes.
As Kenny mentioned, we're about 5 away from the opener on a stakes-filled Saturday night as things start to get real serious for any Cup eligibles. We've also got some nice age horses here tonight for the Miss Versatility and the Graduate as well. But we kick off the night and the early pick 5 with the non-winners of 2 group of pacers. We do have an any Cup eligible in here in Number Cruncher, who I like, and I saw him out on the track there, Randy. I thought he looked fantastic for Scott Zeron and Irv Miller, so expecting good things from him. But favoritism continues to be on Best Night Ever, who's going to be your second play in here.
Yeah, I mean, he also looked good out on the track. I seen him when he first come on. Yeah, there's the 7 horse right there. Real nice looking kind of a horse there. This is a Captain Crunch out of a Real Desire mare.
Yeah.
Don't know much about Captain Crunches, but I have sat behind a few Real Desires, including himself. Nice looking horse, nice long hobble, typical Irv Miller hung up horse, very little equipment. And, he does a real good job out there. So he looks good. Best Night Ever. We get a chance to see him. I think that this horse is also like sitting on a big effort in here tonight. Beaton's Barn has been really good all year, but Wikipedia, the other Beaton horse, is the one that I really looking forward to tonight. I just do not see Trevor sliding him to the back for 3 weeks in a row. I think at some point he's got to stamp himself as one of the better ones, whether it's going to be Gold or these kinds of horses. And that's Best Night Ever out there. He looks great.
Yeah, he looks good too. Yeah, another one that looks good out there. And that's just kind of been the theme on the Beaten horses as well, right?
Right. Now, there's that little Tamworth boy.
Yep.
Like I said, right now, 15-1, I'm not really expecting him to win this race, but he's a nice little horse. He can get himself out of there, get in a good spot, and he's one of those horses that seems like he'll chase all day if he's on a helmet and then give you a little bit of a kick. Maybe he won't be first or second in here, but I could see him getting a piece of it, and there's my pick right there. He looks like he's sharp out there and ready to go, and I just think he's been given a couple of easy ones 2 weeks in a row. Certainly not, the way that they wanted to do it. It's just the way that it worked out. So I think that tonight he is going to be very forwardly placed.
Yeah, those last 2 races, it's just tough to judge him on that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
You could see what happened and why it happened, and you know what? You just move on from it, and then you look at the 2 races prior to that, more similar to what he's going to face off against here tonight,
right?
And look where he is.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
he's
sure.
right there. So I expect that. I wanted to ask you about him because I know we only show our top 2, but I've got 7, 6, 8, 10 written down. I sprinkled him in the bottom. Not only do I think Bold Spirit's coming off a good effort to be third for Chantel Mitchell behind Fast Louis, who's been racing well. But now you pick up Dexter Dunn. I mean, he's in town. You get the opportunity. You use him, and he can just bring out so much more in a horse.
Yeah, he is. He's Dexter Dunn for a reason. Very accomplished driver, and has a lot of big years ahead of him there. I like Bold Spirit, but the biggest thing is that I'm just not really sure what they're going to do out of the 10 hole. Is tonight the night that they're going to try to take on the world or not? Because to me, they haven't even quite made up their mind yet with him, like what they're doing with him sire stake wise.
Yeah.
They've elected to kind of stay in this thing. Unfortunately, he does get the 10 hole in here, but I agree with you though. He does have the speed to go with these horses, and Dexter can only help.
Yeah, another horse I think you got to consider including if you want to use underneath a couple that you really like to fill out some exotic Price Control. I mean, it's been a consistent year all year for him. Last year he was 1 for 6. I know he's 1 for 6 so far this year, but he's 5 for 6 in the money, and last time out, the first time missing it, and he finished 4th, but it wasn't a bad effort.
No, not at all. And he's another guy that's been really stung
and
by.
Look how good he looks.
Really stung by post positions. This guy, he's had a 10 hole, an 8 hole, and an 8 hole in his last 4 starts. He's had one good post position. That was the 3 hole where he was a winner. Now he has the 2 hole in here tonight. And I'm going to say one thing about Control the Moments as well too. He's another horse there that for whatever reason, every offspring of his is a good looking horse.
Yeah.
Controls. They're just a very attractive looking animals,
Yeah. 7-5 still on best night ever. So continue to still be the support. I mean, there is some later money coming in your play now. Wikipedia dropping a couple of spots in there. Number Cruncher remaining there at 2-1. I could see him taking some late money.
Oh, yeah.
I just think that's going to happen. And again, how he looked out there, and I just really think he's in an ideal spot. So, what do you think Irv Miller wants to see from this guy ahead of any couple limbs?
Well, he's going to have to start getting him on the win docket. This is a horse that's got 2 lifetime wins. He's going to have to start winning. That's where you get respect. Well, that too, and respect from other drivers. Out there. I mean, you need that respect sometimes. You got to be going out of there showing good form if somebody's going to, let you drop down in front of them or let you go.
All right. Well, we're ready to roll the first of 10 on a stakes-filled Saturday night. And Kenny, this always gets your blood flowing this time of year, and we kick it off the month of June with a great card.
Yeah, it really is. You get the stake stars out here in full force. It's an exciting time of year, no doubt. 10-horse Bold Spirit is the one who made the miscue behind the gate for Dexter Dunn. That one's way back. The other 9 are lined up and set for a perfect start. Somewhat gapped off was 9 Bet on Sunshine, mind you. They're off and pacing. Good beginning inside. Price Control busts out of there. So does Brood On. Center of the racetrack, Tamworth Boy steps forward. And Best Night Ever marches 40 for Wah. They're going to hang up a good quarter here, rolling into the first turn, still 3 wide. Tamworth Boy down the center, darts to the top for Jameson. Releasing that one second, Price Control. Pressing on is the favorite Best Night Ever. And Best Night Ever's on the outside, looking in through 26-1 first quarter speed. Now touching down in the front is Best Night Ever. Into second, Tamworth Boy. Back into third is Price Control. And Broodon sits fourth. Fifth inside to A-Class Yankee. Sixth is Bet the Beach Yankee. Then it's back to Number Cruncher seventh. Wikipedia starts to move to the outside from an eighth now. Ninth inside Bet on Sunshine. Bold Spirit trailing, and in all likelihood the subject of this first race judge's inquiry. Here comes the half, and it's up in 55. That was a 28-4 second quarter. Pretty good breather for Best Night Ever, who needed that breather after getting stung 26-1 to the first panel. Pressure comes from long shot A-Class Yankee. Pocket sitter Tamworth Boy is third. Number Cruncher setting up a second over rally, but in behind that long shot from in fourth. Fifth inside to Price Control. Sixth outside with cover Wikipedia. Final ones in the field continue to be Brood On and Bet on Sunshine and Bet the Beach Yankee and an out of it Bold Spirit. 3/4 rings up in 123-2. That was a 28-2 third quarter, and it's Best Night Ever swinging them into the stretch. Pocket Rider Tamworth Boy. Outside off cover, Number Cruncher starts to roll. Number Cruncher just gobbled up Best Night Ever in one big gulp, and he blows right by. Number Cruncher is gone, and it's Number Cruncher to win tonight's first race going away. He'll take it by 6. 3 across in the battle for place. Mile of 150-3. Meet Number Cruncher. The judges have confirmed it is the 10-horse Bold Spirits start that's being reviewed, the subject of this first race judge's inquiry. Top 4 finishers from tonight's first have been posted. Winner 7, Number Cruncher. Second, 6, Best Night Ever. Third, the 8, Wikipedia. Fourth went to number 3, A-Class Yankee. The mile time was 150, 3/5. Here's a look at the winner of tonight's first. It's number 7, Number Cruncher. This is a 3-year-old Captain Crunch gelding out of the Real Desire Mare CPA, owned by the Irv Miller stable, Douglas Overheiser, Greg Gillis. Trained by Irv Miller, driven to victory tonight by Scott Zeron. The second victory in 5 starts this year for the 3-time winner, Number Cruncher, and he's just matched his lifetime best, pacing here 150-3. The judges used that stilled video you saw moments ago to determine that number 10 Bold Spirit did in fact receive a fair start. He was clearly inside that yellow and white fair start pole, and again thus determined to have received a fair start. Prices up in the first. Number Cruncher paid $5.70, $2 exact to $10.70, dollar trifecta $14, the dollar superfecta $384.65. Race 2 is just around the corner. The other 9 are lined up and set for a perfect start. Somewhat gapped off was 9 Bet on the Sunshine, mind you. They're off and pacing. Good beginning inside. Price Control busts out of there. So does Brood On. Center of the racetrack, Tamworth Boy steps forward. And Best Night Ever marches 40 for Wah. They're going to hang up a good quarter here, rolling into the first turn, still 3 wide. Tamworth Boy down the center, darts to the top for Jameson. Releasing that one second, Price Control. Pressing on is the favorite Best Night Ever. And Best Night Ever's on the outside, looking in through 26-1 first quarter speed. Now touching down in the front is Best Night Ever. Into second, Tamworth Boy. Back into third is Price Control. And Brood On sits fourth. Fifth inside to A-Class Yankee. Sixth is Bet the Beach Yankee. Then it's back to Number Cruncher seventh. Wikipedia starts to move to the outside from an eighth now. Ninth inside Bet on Sunshine. Bold Spirit trailing, and in all likelihood the subject of this first race judge's inquiry. Here comes the half, and it's up in 55. That was a 28-4 second quarter. Pretty good breather for Best Night Ever, who needed that breather after getting stung 26-1 to the first panel. Pressure comes from long shot A-Class Yankee. Pocket sitter Tamworth Boy is third. Number Cruncher setting up a second over rally, but in behind that long shot from in fourth. Fifth inside to Price Control. Sixth outside with cover Wikipedia. Final ones in the field continue to be Brood On and Bet on Sunshine and Bet the Beach Yankee and an out of it Bold Spirit. 3/4 rings up in 123-2. That was a 28-2 third quarter, and it's Best Night Ever swinging them into the stretch. Pocket rider Tamworth Boy. Outside off cover, Number Cruncher starts to roll. Number Cruncher just gobbled up Best Night Ever in one big gulp, and he blows right by. Number Cruncher is gone, and it's Number Cruncher to win tonight's first race going away. He'll take it by 6. 3 across in the battle for place. Mile of 150-3. Meet Number Cruncher. Here's how they all finished in that first race. Bet the Beach Yankee 6th, Price Control 5th, A-Class Yankee 4th, Brood On 8th, Tamworth Boy 7th. Best Night Ever was 2nd, Number Cruncher the winner, Wikipedia was 3rd, Bet on Sunshine 9th, Bold Spirit 10th. 10 minutes away from race 2, show wagering has been taken off tonight's second race. It's leg 2 of the Miss Versatility coming up in 10. And it's my show. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's my show.
Confederate destroys them. Confederate dominates the Meadowlands pace.
On the inside, Cannibal wins the adios.
And Confederate draws cleared. It's all Confederate in the cane pace.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Confederate cut loose off cover. They're in deep stretch, and it's My Show. Here's Confederate with a relentless rally from the backfield. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's My Show's almost there. A late push from Confederate. It's My Show wins the big show in 147-4, the Pepsi North American Cup.
147-4, the final time for Scotty Money, and It's My Show.
Away on a Saturday night, the first race going to Number Cruncher. He was an easy winner off the pace once Scott Zero tipped him there in 50-3. So nice little prep for that Irv Miller trainee. As we move on, we get into the Grand Circuit. This is what we're here for, right? A bunch of Grand Circuit races. This, the Miss Versatility. It's the second leg for these trotting mares, a group of 7, and we get a look at them here. And I know both you and I think plenty of others, including these connections, are excited to see Warwick get her 5-year-old campaign underway, because the scouting report, I think, is that, she might be back to the Warwick that we fell in love with early on in her career.
That's the thing, and to me it was always that gait. It's that gait, like when the gait is solid, she's solid. And the last qualifier that I seen her go, I was so looking forward to that start that she was in to go, because the gait was there. When she win that race, I mean, she was just power, but trotting perfectly. So even though I didn't use her top 2 in here, I think she's going to go big effort.
Here's a mare that's been good to that gentleman right there, Ben Bergeron. She's maybe not in the form he'd like her to be in right now, but trying to right the ship. But, I mean, here's an $800,000 earner that's, really tackled the best all over.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she really turned it on, too, at the end of last year, heading to the Breeders' Crown. That's when it seemed like she was right on her game. Has come back this year, and she qualified really good. Had that first start in the Preferred. She looked like she was good. She was, just going to start to improve. But since then, she's had a couple of breaks. She had an interference. Nothing's really kind of gone her way. But she has been racing against the Colts, Logan Parks and so forth. She's back in against the mares here. If she's going to make a rebound, tonight will be the night.
Seems that everywhere you look lately, there's just these good tactical landings.
Oh, yeah.
Here's
nice
another
breed.
one in Tactical Mounts.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the one, too, there that, Scotty, he doesn't mind, staying close to the rail with this one, and she can put up some big efforts. Amazing, too, with Scotty Zieron. First time we've seen him back here this year, first drive, back in the winner's circle off of a perfect second over trip. Nice to have Scotty Zieron back as well. But yeah, Tactical Mounds, I think that she looks good in here, but this is the one that I'm going to be concentrating on tonight. You?
MM's Dream, and my good pal Frank Baldacchino, I know, is in town here too to watch his star mare and some others. I mean, she's just fantastic. They had the success with Hannelore Hanover, and it's like they've got another real good one on their hands. And I know last year, same approach is what they're going for this year. She was here for the versatility, then into the Armborough Flight. They're just hoping for better results, but things have been tinkered with. She went on to do a lot of great things last year, including the Hambletonian Maturity over Jiggy Jog in that extended race. But yeah, she's the one to beat for sure. Help of the season next door for Per Engblom, a one-time winner this year. A long shot in here to consider.
Yeah, I would have to think so. 53-3 over Hoosier last year, 57-2 over Yonkers this year. Both of them are extremely fast tracks, but in the her last 3 starts, she shows a couple of breaks. The one looks like she was maybe inside the pylon or interfered with or whatever, but on the May the 4th line, she makes 2 breaks coming out of there. So I don't think that she's cracking on her best form right now, but it's a horse race. Anything can happen, and Yannick Gingras, him jumping up, sometimes that's enough to make a big effort as well.
There's a hometown favorite in Adair Castle. Second start back for her. I don't know if this was a later than anticipated start to the season that Mark and his team had for Adair Castle, but it is what it is, and she got a tour of this oval on May 27th.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wait for one more out of Adair Castle. I'm not 100% sure if the 2 qualifiers and the 1 start puts her right at the speed that these ones are going to go. So I'm going to wait one more with Adair Castle, but, along the lines of what we saw last night with so much more, it's always nice to see these classy horses come back into the winner's circle.
And Call Me Goo, I mean, off to a good start this year. Perfect start, 2 for 2, won 12 of 16 last year. Is familiar with the grounds here at Mohawk for Doc Moore. Just put together a really good campaign, and this is one that we probably anticipate to be following MM's Dream at some point.
This is the one last year, too. I was trying to remember, too, because she's got that big, airy gait that I remember. But what I really remember about her, too, is the very first time that Doc Moore raced her here last fall, Sylvain Filion drove her, and she blew the turn coming out of the last turn because she was trotting so fast, she couldn't stay too wide. She basically trotted out about 4 wide or whatever, coming off the turn, and then just took off. But it's rare that you see a horse going so fast at that point, heading to the head of the lane, that they actually blow the turn. And that's what she did. So I threw her in for second. MM's Dream is going to be my top pick. Call Me Goo in for second.
Yeah, and she just come back fantastic in here. I mean, is it just as simple as MM's Dream, whether she leads right from the outset or just kind of moves to the front and Call Me Goo positioning to have that two-hole trip? That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty well. That's the thing. I mean, Dave's not going to get too far out of place with Eminem's Dream, you know, but I also don't think that he's in a big rush to get to the front with her, you know. I mean, she can take a park and float her way up there, and then once he gets up there, the pace has probably dropped off a little bit at that point, and then he should get that cheap third quarter what he's looking for. But he has so many options with Eminem's Dream. You know, with the way HP Mama B is right now, I'm sure that Louis going to try to be as careful with her as possible. Where Wiesenia coming back with the rail, you know, I think that he's also going to maybe get away. If it's not a big push, I think he can get away third or fourth from the rail with her. And then the other horse is not really sure. So I kind of agree with you. I think at some point it might end up being 7-4, getting away that way. And then there might be a remove from the 4 and might end up being 4-7. But either way, I think that these two are standouts.
And I mean, each of these mares are all eligible to the Armbro flight. Again, eliminations next weekend. So probably this, you know, that's where they're all headed. So a mare like Warwiezenia, especially coming off where she scratched sick, they'd probably love to have a race under her belt right now, but it's about just kind of working her back into shape ahead of that.
Yes, exactly. But the other thing is too, is that we've seen this, her best racing is from off the pace. You know, where we
I still remember that Hamiltonian Oaks.
Oh.
I still can't remember. I can't believe she won from there.
Yeah, it gives you tingles, and that's what I mean. Like, this is a short field. As long as she can stay close, and as long as the fitness is there, the gate is back again, I think that she could blast here, and that's what I'm hoping for. More of that stuff that we've seen, like I said, as a 3-year-old, when she could win from the parking lot.
Yeah, well, we see the talented mares are headed out to the track. MM's Dream, the heavy favorite in leg 2 of the Miss Versatility. We'll let Ken introduce the field, and then Randy and I'll be back to set you up right up until post time.
Introducing trotters and drivers for the second race, the Miss Versatility Leg 2 Warwiezenia 1 has Bob McClure up for trainer Sean Stacey, owners Mark Stacey, David McDonald, Dale Larson, and Diane Bertrand. Louis Philippe Bois with number 2, HP Mama B, Ben Beauchamp training for Guylain Picard and Celine Pequin. It'll be Scott Zeron with 3, Tactical Mounds. Megan Scran trains for the stable Tactical Mounds. Here's 4, MM's Dream with Dave Miller for trainer Ron Burke, filmed by 11 Star Stables, Frank Baldacchino, and Hillside Stables. 5 is Help of the Season with Yannick Gingras for trainer Per Engblom, the owners John Schmucker, Running Wild Stables, and Hickory Hollow Stables. The 6, Adair Castle with James McDonald for trainer-owner Mark Etzel, partners with Rob Newton, Graham Hopkins, and Peter Porter. And finally, 7 is Call Me Goo for the Graham Grace Stables, Jason Skinner trains, and in the bike, Tim Tetrick. A field of 7 for race number 2. They'll head to the starting gate in about 5 minutes.
Our first stakes race of the night, the Miss Versatility, is coming up in just a few moments as the post parade is complete. And the heavy favorite right now is number 4, MM's Dream, who goes for the Burke Brigade. I'm joined by Mickey Burke Jr. And Mickey, MM's Dream, quite the debut to her season here as a now 5-year-old after back-to-back sparkling wins at Hoosier Park. Talk about a dream start. How's she coming into tonight's race?
Oh, she was super. Warmed up as good as could be and just trotted along, loves the track, and looking forward to see what she can do.
With what we saw last year where she won 7 of 15, coming back this year, has she matured a bit? And is it likely to say, I mean, you're expecting big things this year?
Yeah, no, she's as nice as filly as, especially age trotting mare as, we have right now. And I think she'll, we're expecting a lot from her, yes.
You guys always come up here around this time of the year with these Grand Circuit events. One of the events tonight is the Graduate Series. We'll talk a bit about Act Fast, who comes up in race number 4. Number 7, Act Fast. Horse coming in from Scioto, has been racing in Ohio and has got plenty of starts under its belt this year, 7 already. How do you think he stacks up?
He's going to have a little bit of a tough time in this race, but he likes a big track, change of driver. David might get along with him a little better, and we'll see what happens.
And then we'll skip ahead over to the trotting side of the Graduate Series. Chapper Craze is your final starter you guys will send out of your trio here this evening. We saw him up here last fall in a couple of stakes events. Talk about how his 4-year-old campaign's going to this point.
So far, he was good up to last week, and then last week he threw in a questionable run. So we're hoping, we think we figured it out, and we're hoping he'll be better this week. Again, driver changed to Timmy Tree Trick, so we'll see what happens with that.
All right, Mickey, thanks so much for doing this. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, the Miss Versatility, race number 2 on this Saturday night is coming up in a few moments. Chad and Randy standing by with some final thoughts.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, and appreciate those comments from Mickey Burke Jr. In town. Saw him last night having successes. They won their 5th Camelot Classic. Hullabaloo from the inside. But yeah, MM's Dream. So, I mean, she had a good 4-year-old campaign. That's never the easiest transition, going 3 to 4, but she handled it pretty well. And I, to hear Mickey talking, that obviously she's the best trotting mare that they've got in their barn. They'd be expecting real big things this year.
I would have to think now, if I'm watching all these horses on the track, and they all look amazing. I'd love to own any one of them, but this one, the 4-horse, strikes me as the one that really. Now, this Call Me Goo, like I said, she's got a big airy gait, just like Eminem's Dream does. But for whatever reason it is, it just Eminem's Dream is really catching my eye right now. This one also looks fantastic. I really wish that she hadn't had that vet scratch. I mean, maybe it won't make a difference. Maybe she'll step up, because we know the parts are there with Where We Xenia, but it's been a long time since I've seen her look the way she looks on the track right now.
All right, well, Grand Circuit set to get underway. A group of 7 heavily favored here. Ken, is MM's Dream as she returns to Canada.
Yeah, 1 to 5 on the board right now. Public really in love with her, and why not? She's come back with incredible form, high speed, everything you'd have to like in a top quality horse here. Lots of other good options though. Call Me Goo, she was in the conversation. An impressive winning streak coming in for this trotting mare. She's 2 for 2 to start the year. Everybody else in the board, big time price value. MM's Dream continues to be that hot favorite here at 1 to 5. First of our stake events, this is the Miss Versatility 2nd round action. Here they come. They are off and trotting. T-Trick punching out of there with Call Me Goo. Down the center, Help of the Season. Through between is MM's Dream. From the rail, 4th away, Where We Xenia. Riding parked at her saddle pad. There's HP Mama B. Tactical Mounds is under restraint, taken back into 6th. 7th in the early going goes Adair Castle. So not an overabundance of early speed. Call Me Goo clears to the front pretty easily. Help of the Season is back into 2nd. The quarter was 27-1. 3rd inside to MM's Dream. And a gap of 4 lengths back inside to Where We Xenia. Then it's HP Mama B 5th. 6th towards the rail is Tactical Mounds. Trailing is Adair Castle as they move up to 3/8, and past that post they go. They'll chase Call Me Goo tonight as she's the leader of this pack. Right there in the pocket spot rides along Help of the Season. Sitting in from in 3rd is MM's Dream as the field nears the midway point. Call Me Goo with a tactical advantage of 56 2/2 to boot. In the pocket spot is Help of the Season. MM's Dream continues back there from in 3rd. Underway from in 4th is Tactical Mounds as Zeron rides the rim. He'll try and get Miller out of 3rd. MM's Dream certain to come, and here she is to the outside, first over now, as they've got 3/8 of a mile to go. And it's Call Me Goo doing good things up front. Back into 2nd is Help of the Season. Help of the the season made a break there. She was anxious in the pocket spot. Wow, she quickly reset, but she's half on the run and half on the trot. 3/4 in 124. Spinning into the stretch. Call Me Goo, the one to catch. Outside is MM's Dream into second. Third off cover, Tactical Mounds. They're in deep stretch. And it's still Call Me Goo. MM's Dream on the outside, still with 2 lengths to make up. And running out of racetrack, Call Me Goo digs in. MM's Dream on the outside with one final push. MM's Dream and Call Me Goo. MM's Dream on the outside, reaching up in the closing strides for Miller in 151 and 3, picking off Call Me Goo.
Miss Versatility, MM's Dream. You maybe had to sweat it a bit there, but it was measured. I mean, she's got such a nose for the wire, and she just loves to try and win.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. That's the whole thing. You just watched the champion do her work.
Yeah.
You know, she was maybe, you could say, at the head of the lane, slightly out of position. Not that it was a bad trip. I mean, Miller gave her a beautiful trip. But, you know, Call Me Goo had a bit of a jump. And we know what this track is like. It's tough to haul down that leader, and she wasn't slowing down.
No.
But this girl just keeps coming and coming and coming. And you know another thing? Not taking away anything from Eminem's Dream and Call Me Goo, because they raced amazing. But what about Xenia? Coming first start of the year and being able to stay within a length and a half of these two killers.
And trot home at 27.
Right,
if not 26
exactly.
and 4.
We got some. This is going to be a very solid division this year.
Yeah, no, and I know, you know, Swanstedt's coming back with a couple, you know, in the 4-year-old category now. You know, Bond in special way, right?
Mhm.
So. You know, exciting. But yeah, Tetrick did everything right.
Everything
he
right.
did everything he could do,
right.
and his horse raced good. But again, MM's Dream, just such a true champion, just does, you know, what she's got to do to get up in time in 51 and 3. So real good effort. But again, you know, back to your point, the connections would have to be thrilled what they saw from Xenia.
Well, exactly. And the thing is that we're probably going to get to see Xenia next week here.
Yep,
You know what I mean? So you got to look at this line, realize just what she was in against. These two horses up front of her are absolutely killers. They're the best of this division, and she was able to stay with them, have a bit of trot on the end of it, but it's that gate, Chad. The gate is back on Where Are We Xenia, and that's what we've been looking for.
And how about the patience of this guy right here?
Oh, he's an amazing driver,
Right?
man. He's Purple Jesus for a reason, you know. But what a gorgeous individual this mare is, too, you know. Completely engaged with the audience, you know, very, like, you know, for hasn't raced since early in May or whatever, not blowing or anything. And you got to give a lot of credit to the Ronnie Burke stable on that, too.
Well, here she goes back to the winner's circle for the 28th time in her career, Ken.
She knows how to win. Bottom line, does it here tonight. MM's Dream right on the money. Scores in the second round in the Miss Versatility. She is a 5-year-old daughter of Swan Frall out of the Classic Photo Mare, Trading Places. Owned by 11 Star Stables, Frank Baldacchino, and Hillside Stables. Ron Burke trains, Dave Miller in the bike. She was bred by Mervyn Miller of Indiana. Hence the handle MM's Dream. A dream indeed she is. She adds to a $1.4 million bankroll tonight with that 151 and 3 score.
Miss Versatility leg goes to MM's Dream, and boy, did she show she's got the heart of a champion, joined by winning driver David Miller. And Dave, it took every inch of the racetrack getting to the wire, but she never quit, and she was able to track down Call Me Goo. You know that she's got that heart of a champion, like I mentioned, but did you think you were going to get there?
No, I wasn't for sure. Like, you know, I was telling Timmy after the race, I said, I thought I would get to you a lot easier, a lot quicker, but he called on his mare. She opened up on us. I was like, but, you know, my mare, you can't ever give up on her. She just keeps digging right till she gets to the wire.
Well, we saw all the success she had at 4. Now she comes back at 5. Did she mature at all in your eyes?
Yeah, I think she's filled out, and, you know, obviously she's still got her guts and her speed.
That's got to be the number one attribute, I guess, for her. It's just her courage and tenacity on the track?
Yeah, she's a real pleasure to work with.
All right. Well, congratulations on the victory here with MM's Dream and the Miss Versatility.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. There's Dave Miller, MM's Dream, 150-1-3, the final time here in tonight's second.
She was a popular winner, pari-mutually speaking. $260 the win ticket return, $2 exacta paid $6.50. The dollar trifecta $21.05. Superfecta dollar ticket worth $44.50, and the $2 daily double this evening returned $7. Here they come. They are off and trotting. Teatrick punching out of there with Call Me Goo. Down the center, Help of the Season. Through between is MM's Dream. From the rail, fourth away, Warwi Xenia. Riding parked at her saddle pad. There's HP Mama B. Tactical Mounds is under restraint, taken back into sixth. Seventh in the early going goes Adair Castle. So not an overabundance of early speed. Call Me Goo clears to the front pretty easily. Help of the Season is back into second. The quarter was 27-1. Third inside to MM's Dream, and a gap of 4 lengths back inside to Warwi Xenia. Then it's HP Mama B fifth. Sixth towards the rail is Tactical Mounds. Trailing is Adair Castle as they move up to 3/8, and past that post they go. They'll chase Call Me Goo tonight as she's the leader of this pack. Right there in the pocket spot rides along Help of the Season. Sitting in from in third is MM's Dream as the field nears the midway point. Call Me Goo with a tactical advantage of 56 2/2 to boot. In the pocket spot is Help of the Season. MM's Dream continues back there from in third. Underway from in fourth is Tactical Mounds as Huron rides the rim. He'll try and get Miller out of third. MM's Dream certain to come, and here she is to the outside, first over now as they've got 3/8 of a mile to go. And it's Call Me Goo doing good things up front. Back into second is Help of the Season. Help of the Season made a break there. She was anxious in the pocket spot. Wow, she quickly reset, but she's half on the run and half on the trot. 3/4 in 124. Spinning into the stretch. Call Me Goo the one to catch. Outside is MM's Dream into second. Third off cover, Tactical Mounds. They're in deep stretch. And it's still Call Me Goo. MM's Dream on the outside, still with 2 lengths to make up and running out of racetrack. Call Me Goo digs in. MM's Dream on the outside with one final push. MM's Dream and Call Me Goo. MM's Dream on the outside, reaching up in the closing strides for Miller in 151-3, picking off Call Me Goo. Here's a look at the rundown. Race 2, Warwi Xenia was third, HP Mama B fifth, Tactical Mounds fourth, MM's Dream your race winner. Help of the Season seventh, Adair Castle was sixth. Call Me Goo finished second. 7 minutes to the upcoming third race. No show wagering in tonight's third, first division of the Some Beach Somewhere stake. In the third, 1 Honolulu Vacation Shoeing Change, aluminum to steel behind. 7 Cupid Shuffle, remove the blind bridle. 9 Fun Time Biama adds a blind bridle. 7 away from this upcoming third.
Winback Farm of Canada's now home to Meadowlands Pace champion Beach Glass.
Beach Glass wins the Cane Pace. Beach Glass.
Today it's Beach Glass. And Beach Glass is going to get there. Beach Glass in front.
Beach Glass. The beach is back. Beach Glass.
New to Winback Farm of Canada in 2024. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
New at the LCBO. Delicate and refreshing, Keep Calm is a collection of festive wines that are perfect to share. Keep Calm, sharing good times.
Confederate cut loose off cover. They're in deep stretch, and it's My Show. Here's Confederate with a relentless rally from the backfield. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's My Show's almost there. A late push from Confederate. It's My Show wins the big show in 147-4, the Pepsi North American Cup.
147-4, the final time for Scotty Money, and It's My Show.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
4 on the clock for race number 3 as we get into our first of 2 Some Beach Somewhere divisions as we're underway with our stakes cards. Miss Versatility, as we know, going to MM's Dream. And Dave Miller, but now we get the Glamour Boys because it's crunch time.
Oh, yes.
For a bunch of these, right? And again, we've got a lot of the high-profile colts here tonight, but there's still some that are maybe sitting this week out ahead of the Elims next week, or some that are maybe in some sire stakes or just other overnight events. They've all got their own plans mapped out, but they all want to be meeting here in a couple of weeks when there's $1 million on the line.
Well, even like, say, for instance, a horse like Clever Cody.
Yeah,
back down in
he's
Ohio, not in
Is
here
that today
tonight.
or yesterday?
I honestly can't remember, but I know he is back down in there.
He's gorgeous.
Oh, and I mean, he's a contender.
Yep.
But he's not here. He's down racing in Ohio right now. He'll be back probably next week.
Yeah, just quickly scanning the board. I mean, are we really surprised what we're seeing?
No, I'm not surprised by whatever I'm seeing. You know, I mean, Funtime Bayama, like, again, I don't think that he was 100% on his game in his last start. I think that you're going to see a little bit of improvement on what he was able to do last start. And but is it going to be enough to take down Legendary Hanover? I don't see him doing it on the front. I don't see him going to the front and Legendary Hanover not able to beat him. I do see it, though, that if James goes out of there hard with Legendary Hanover, or somehow Sylvan gets there ahead of him and Legendary covers him up, then I think Funtime Bayama may have a shot at him. But I think right now Legendary Hanover is stamping himself as probably top 3 heading into the NA Cup.
And he just wants to keep the high speed, good vibes going, I would think, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's exactly what it is. And I mean, the thing is, too, is we've seen so much from him this year, Legendary Hanover, but what did we see from him last year?
No, I know.
He was special then, too.
Yeah.
So he's just a special kind of
this
horse.
isn't a surprise.
No.
Yeah, no. I think we all kind of, predicted this would maybe be happening. And we'll see how the story continues to unfold for him or the others, but it's been exciting. And I know, for anybody that follows Casey Coleman on social media, I mean, she's not shy about sharing all her horses training down in Florida in the winter, the babies, everything. And I remember watching this guy throughout the winter and how he looked just long, leggy, and just so athletic.
Yeah, he is. And the thing is, too, is about him is that he's put on, like, size this year. So what we had last year, was a horse that could pace in, for sub 50, but did take a mark in 50. And this year, in my own opinion, I'd say he's about 400 pounds heavier and all up on top. He's a stud.
Yeah. Out of town, producer Luke saying Clever Cody just won here tonight at Northfield. He went down the road from the rail, or just wire to wire from the rail. 52.
Yeah.
So
it
you
was
know what?
a tightener.
Yeah, I
Nice
don't think
little
that's
tightener.
anything too taxing by any means.
No,
and,
no,
that'll
not for him.
just work him into good shape ahead of next week's expected dance. But as we can see inside the paddock here, as the horses and drivers are making their way to the track, Kenny will introduce them, and then Randy and I'll be back, and we'll start talking Legendary and the others in the first Some Beach Somewhere division.
Horses are on the track for this evening's third race, the first division of the Some Beach Somewhere. One is Honolulu Vacation with Michael Whalen for trainer-owner Cody Hawkins. 2, Fast Louis, Yannick Gingras for trainer Kevin Ben owns with Lionel Heffernan and Dennis Chadwick. Wallace Hartley 3, Tyler Borth for trainer Chantel Mitchell, Dale Tolley the owner. Calico Jack Hanover 4, Louis Philippois with that Luke Blay trainee for Determination. 5 is Always a Thrill, Tim Tetrick with the Bob McIntosh pupil, Robert McIntosh Stables, Tyrone Valley Farm, Mardon Stables own. Legendary Hanover 6, driven by James McDonald, trainers Anthony Beaton, owners Eric Good, West Wind Stable, and Mark Dumaine. 7 is Cupid Shuffle with Doug McNair for trainer Dan Legacy. Legacy owns with Edwin Bueller, Robert Van Ostrand, and Ray Legacy. The 8 is Lou's World, Jody Jameson with the Gary Murner trainee, Gino Toscani owns. Fun Time by Emma 9, Sylvain Filion for trainer Richard Moreau, the owner by Emma Farms. And to complete the field, 10, Storm Shadow, with Bob McClure for trainer Dr. Ian Moore, owned by R.G. McGurb Limited, Serge Savard, Mac Nickel, and Bolton Farms. And that's the field for Race 3, Division 1 of the Some Beach Somewhere, in about 5 minutes.
Getting set for the Some Beach Somewhere Division number 1 of the night. There's a look at Legendary Hanover Randy, the overwhelming 1-5 favorite, looking to remain perfect through his first 3 starts of this season. And I mean, he doesn't look any worse for wear out there, does he?
No, not at all, though. The only thing with him, though, is that I do think that at some point they're going to have to maybe head him out of the gate a little bit. I don't think you want to get away 5th or 6th in the group that he's going to be racing in against a couple of weeks, unless you're looking for that perfect second over trip. But even then, on a speed track like this, that sometimes does not work out to, to your advantage. So I think at some point they will start to push him forward. If it was me, it would probably be now, because I love the middle of the gate. You can just follow it right out of there, stay right on the car and just follow it out of there. The horse doesn't even know that he's really leaving. It's just the car's pulling him out of there and his nose is on the gate. So it might be tonight, maybe not. James is out there, I'm in here. But I think at some point they are going to have to go a little bit forward with him. Fun Time by Yama, again, I don't think that he was 100% on his game last start. and we're getting an open to a blind bridle tonight with him. I don't see them going blind in then taking him to the back. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I think with the blind bridle on, they may be showing their hand a little bit, that he's going to be forwardly placed. And this is a different horse than what was here last start. When he come out on the track in his last start, he was a little bit wet, and he's never wet. So that's what makes me think that maybe there was just something a little bit off. He's dry out here tonight. He's engaging. The ears are back up. He's just like a different animal out here tonight.
And I think both he and Storm Shadow, they both got great gate speed, and they've got tough outside posts. But I think they'll both leave with confidence and not really worry that they're going to get stung.
No,
because,
no.
I mean, some of the early speed you see is to the inside horses, but I don't think they're going to be able to leave enough from the inside, but also just enough to, outpace horses like that. So I think they're actually going to be able to get out of there relatively easily, let's say.
If you're going to get away fourth from the, say you got an inside horse, inside draw here, and you're going to get away fourth, would you not be better just to drop one of these Bearcats down in front of you and then follow them? Because you know that they're going to be on the move at some
Doesn't
point.
do you any good to sting them, really.
Right, exactly. So I think that this is one of those situations where they can float out of there, and I think that there's going to be a few holes. And it's not like buddy-buddy. It's a simple fact of greed that this horse can take me to where I need to go.
What did you think of Calico Jack Hanover last time? I know he disappointed as the heavy favorite in there. I mean, he was all out in the lane, but he was kind of up against it from where he was.
Yes.
The trip just didn't work out. He was like fourth over or something like that, and it just didn't work out. I mean, if he can just get a little closer like he was 2 starts ago, I think it's a pretty good horse.
Oh, I think he's a really, really nice horse. Yeah, I put him back up on top. I thought, coming right back to the non-winners of 2, he win it so easy the week before, with multiple moves. Then he has the rail last week or whatever, and just never really got into the race. So I think that we're going to see a lot more out of Calico Jack in here tonight. He made my watch list last week because I agree with you. I think it was a very, very good effort last week. But when you're down to the half in 59 seconds and they go a mile in 51-4, that is tough to make up.
When Legendary raced 2 weeks ago, was there a recall in his race?
Yeah, I think that there was.
I think there was, because I remember being upstairs, and I remember saying, because I was at the Breeders' Crown, and there was a recall in the final. And I remember he got so keyed up when because he was ready to roll. And it was kind of a late recall. And I think it messed with him a bit in that final. And then he got really fired up then the next time they went around.
Yeah. And they'll wash out too. Like they will start to dehydrate themselves.
But he was professional last week after the recall.
Very professional last week.
Right?
He just sat there and walked them the whole time on the track, never batted an eye. This is a different horse, I think, than last year. I think all the talent came with him that he had last year. I just think that he's a much more powerful animal this year.
For Fun Time Bayama, he's got 10 lifetime starts. 7 of those have been in the provincial program. But, I mean, that's a deep program. But he did win the Nasagaweya, so he is proven at the Grand Circuit level. He gets another opportunity here. What could work against him, Kenny, is that he's got to hook up with the horse that's come back scary good in Legendary Hanover.
Yeah, he certainly has. He showed it last year, too, on a number of occasions throughout the season. And what a start to the year it's been for that guy. Yeah, 1-5. If anybody on this board deserves it, it's him, based on what he's accomplished. 9-2 on Fun Time Bayam, the second choice. Everybody else and their brother up in the double-digit department. Talented field. This is the Some Beach Somewhere, a springboard to bigger and better things, including the Pepsi North America Cup just around the corner here at Mohawk Park. Some Beach Somewhere, Division 1, picks up speed. They're often pacing. Good start inside. Fast Louis charging out of there. Leaving in the center to come with him, Lou's World. There's Fun Time Bayama. Forwardly placed from the outside. Storm Shadow's going to press forward from that outside starting spot. Honolulu Vacation in at the rail is 4th away. Tucked over 5th as they drive into that first turn. After a half-leaving move was Lou's World. Then it's back to Legendary Hanover's in no hurry in the early going. 6th inside. 7th off the speed, Wallace Hartley. Calico Jack Hanover's back there, along with Always a Thrill and Cupid Shuffle trails. 26-4 speed to the quarter, and that quarter cut by Fun Time Bayama. Fun Time Bayama leads in a length. 2nd to Fast Louis. Honolulu Vacation 3rd. Storm Shadow 4th. 5th inside tracks Lou's World. Legendary Hanover still on hold back there from in 6th, but tipping to the outside now. Grabbing his cover in the backfield. Calico Jack Hanover shooting a gap at the rail goes Wallace Hartley. Then Always a Thrill and trailing Cupid Shuffle. Halftime 55-4. and they move into the final turn. Filion surveys the situation in the backfield. He's got to like where he is in a 55-4 half in his back pocket. Fun Time by Emma leads to the final turn after getting a second quarter in 29 seconds. Fast Louis in the pocket. First over Storm Shadow third. In at the rail, Honolulu Vacation fourth. Outside Legendary Hanover fifth. Still 5 off the lead. 3 quarters in 1:23. Sprinting at the top of the stretch. And it's Fun Time by Emma. Gets the jump on the field here. Leads it by a couple of lengths. Back into second, Fast Louis. Cut loose off cover. Comes Legendary Hanover. They're in deep stretch. Fun Time by Emma rockets out to a 3-length lead. And Fun Time by Emma came with plenty of growl tonight. Fun Time by Emma to win the first division of the Sun Beach Somewhere. Legendary Hanover second. Finishing third, Fast Louis. Storm Shadow fourth. Here's Fun Time by Emma in 1:49-1.
Randy, it was no secret. He goes to the blind. We know he's going to be fourth placed again. Sylvain did what he wanted to do. Didn't have to worry about anybody removing and coming after him, and he got things his own way. When we saw the half pop up in 55-4, I mean, great horse or not, it's tough to catch another great horse off fractions like that.
Oh, yeah, and then, I mean, look at the third quarter, 28-4.
Yeah.
He got everything he needed on the front end, and you cannot reel a good horse like that down because you can pace 25 flat, and he's going to be pacing home in 25-1. So how do you make up 6 lengths, you know? I think at some point they're going to have to kind of go out of there with Legendary and start to, you know, assume that kind of control. I hope he's not one of them horses that they're a little bit worried that he might get hot on them, you know, and it's a bad thing to leave. But you just can't give up that kind of ground on these kinds of horses, you know. And this is Fun Time by Emma, like we talked about earlier. There's other good ones out there too, you know.
Yep.
At some point you're going to have to, you know, take the bull by the horns and step forward.
I mean, listen, Legendary probably came home in 25-4. Still a good effort.
Huge, and look good.
Yeah, no,
you know, he's going to go into the elimination, you know, lightly raced, you know, all that works out good. But the thing is that you cannot give up big ground to these kinds of horses, you know.
Yeah, this is a good horse. And Fast Louis, the only non-NA Cup eligible in here. Race great. Yannick got him a nice trip. He's doing well. Kevin Ben's always done a nice job developing young horses. And it looks like he's got another solid one on his hands here.
Agreed. You know, and a handy horse can get out of there, can finish too. And I'll say another thing too, Storm Shadow. I mean, this is every week this horse has a bad post position, it seems, you know, and he overcomes it. He's a fourth in here. I mean, he was no problems with the ones up ahead of him. But sooner or later, Storm Shadow is going to get a good draw. And when he gets a good draw and gets that good trip, I think that he's going to also come up with a big, big effort. This is such a talented group of 3-year-olds.
There's the man later this summer heading into the Hall of Fame, Sylvain Filion. He's back to the winner's circle, taking the Sun Beach Somewhere Division 1 with Fun Time by Emma, Kenny.
Fun Time by Emma, bounce back effort here tonight for him. A beaten favorite in his latest in an OSS Gold, but Fun Time by Emma, all systems go in the Sun Beach Somewhere Stakes here tonight. A crafty steer tonight by Sylvain Filion, got him to the front, and he got things his own way in the middle half and then outkicked them home. A plug still in score for Fun Time by Emma. He's a homebred 3-year-old son of He's Watching out of the Shadow Play mare Timel Sugar Baby Doll by Emma Farms of Quebec. Again, the owner breeder, trainer Richard Moreau, and Sylvain Filion. As Chad mentioned, will be inducted to the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame later this summer. Bill McClinchy with a trophy presentation to the Winning Connections. Fun times for the Fun Time by Emma crew as he picks up his 3rd win this year from 4 tries. There's career victory number 7, and there's a new speed badge. 1:49-1.
Big time effort from Fun Time by Emma to win the first division of the Sun Beach Somewhere Stakes, joined by winning driver Sylvain Filion. And Sylvain, a nice rebound score. But you were telling me before we came on air here tonight that you thought he raced really well last week. We saw an equipment change here tonight. What was the thought going behind the bridle change?
Well, with the Open, he had a tendency not to turn, so I didn't want to take no chances. And last year he had blind brattle and never had any trouble, so we went back to the blind. But like you said, last week he raced awesome. He just got out sprinted, but I was real pleased with him last week.
Were you a little surprised to get an easy second quarter like that?
Yeah, I was. I was counting on James to come and cover me up, but I don't know. I didn't see what was happening behind, but when I saw the fractions, I was pretty happy.
Very strong final quarter there, kicking home to stop the clock in 1:49 and 1. Plugs were still in. You have to be thrilled with how he's heading towards the NA Cup eliminations.
Absolutely. You know, he feels fine, he's sound, he's healthy. You got to give Richard Murrow crew the credit. You know, they're the ones who take care of him, real good care of him. And you can see the results like tonight.
All right, well, congratulations, Sylvain.
Thank you very much.
All right, Fun Time Bama takes our first of two beach divisions, 1:49 and 1.
Some beach somewhere. Division 1 picks up speed. They're often pacing. Good start inside. Fast Louis charging out of there. Leaving in the center to come with him Lose World. There's Fun Time by Emma. Forwardly placed from the outside. Storm Shadow's going to press forward from that outside starting spot. Honolulu Vacation in at the rail is fourth away. Tucked over fifth as they drive into that first turn. After a half-leaving move was Lose World. Then it's back to Legendary Hanover's in no hurry in the early going. Sixth inside. Seventh off the speed Wallace Hartley. Calico Jack Hanover's back there along with Always a Thrill and Cupid Shuffle trails. 26 and 4 speed to the quarter, and that quarter cut by Fun Time by Emma. Fun Time by Emma leads in a length. Second to Fast Louis. Honolulu Vacation third. Storm Shadow fourth. Fifth inside tracks Lose World. Legendary Hanover still on hold back there from in sixth, but tipping to the outside now. Grabbing his cover in the backfield. Calico Jack Hanover shooting a gap at the rail goes Wallace Hartley. Then Always a Thrill and trailing Cupid Shuffle. Halftime 55 and 4. And they move into the final turn. Filion surveys the situation in the backfield. He's got to like where he is in a 55 and 4 half in his back pocket. Fun Time by Emma leads to the final turn after getting a second quarter in 29 seconds. Fast Louis in the pocket. First over Storm Shadow third. In at the rail Honolulu Vacation fourth. Outside Legendary Hanover fifth. Still 5 off the lead. 3 quarters in 1:23. Sprinting at the top of the stretch. And it's Fun Time by Emma. Gets the jump on the field here. Leads it by a couple of lengths. Back into second, Fast Louis. Cut loose off cover. Comes Legendary Hanover. They're in deep stretch. Fun Time by Emma rockets out to a 3-length lead. And Fun Time by Emma came with plenty of growl tonight. Fun Time by Emma to win the first division of the Sun Beach somewhere. Legendary Hanover second. Finishing third, Fast Louis. Storm Shadow fourth. Here's Fun Time by Emma in 1:49 and 1. Rundown from that third, Honolulu Vacation 10th, Fast Louis 3rd, Wallace Hartley 6th, Calico Jack Hanover 7th, Always a Thrill 9th. Legendary Hanover was 2nd, Cupid Shuffle finished 8th, Lose World 5th, Fun Time by Emma the winner, and Storm Shadow was 4th. Traveling next to tonight's 4th race. Kicks off the early pick 4, Note 4 Command does get a shoeing change, switching steel to aluminum behind.
As we turn to the fourth race, we keep the stakes action going. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their night. Back in studio here with Chad and Randy. Graduate series for the 4-year-old Pacers. First of 2 divisions on tonight's program. A group of 9 in here. And early on, it's Command. Am I looking at the right page? I don't know. I got a feeling that might be a wager that could be coming out. I'm not sure. But I didn't expect to see him at 6-5 right now. This could be something that changes. We've seen this happen before. This might be some false money in there right now that could come out. But for whatever it's done, it's kind of messed up the board a little bit. So let's just talk about some contenders as we kind of go through this field and look at them into the paddock here. Inside here you've got from the Todd Luther Barn, Christchurch for Yannick Gingras. It looks like he's showing some improvement here in his last couple of outings at Hoosier Park, but albeit it was against some easier company, I have to pick it up here tonight.
Yeah, he's going to have to pick it up big time there. And, he does show leaving good from middle of the gate, but twice now he shows having a rail, once at Miami Valley, once at the Meadowlands. Both times he got away fourth. He's got the rail in here tonight, and this rail can be a little bit tricky on him for this son of Darling on the Beach. But I think that he could go a big effort tonight, but I do think that the rail could maybe get him away in a bit of a tricky spot.
I'm going to make this guy play the night for me. I think he's got some upset potential. Coach Stefano's back to a big track, back to a 7/8 configuration. I think he's going to enjoy this long stretch here at Mohawk. He had a lot of success at Hoosier. Irv Miller already sending out a winner, looking for another.
Yeah, it's amazing there that you've picked 2 Irv Miller horses tonight that you really, really like. It's kind of got that little bit of a Mennonite sort of a thing going on there, eh? Sticking with the boys.
Yeah.
Coach Stefano's, like I said, I don't know much about him. I thought the Juravinsky first start was a really, really good one. The last one, he just really had no place to get into the race, but he's not going to be the first, tell it like it is, that has come to our circuit and really, really stepped up. And all you have to do is look at the horse of Travis Cullens, the mare, Tells on a roll.
We just saw all class there who's coming out of the Juravinsky, finished second in there. We got our eyes on Command right now. Again, 7-5 is what he's showing on the board. They paid some big money for this guy to get him. I think 200 and some odd thousand US.
And he's getting a shoeing change tonight. He's going from steel to aluminum behind. Maybe they thought that he's just not digging in behind the way that he should be. So this could show some improvement in here, but not to the point of 7-5.
And there was the Hall of Famer Linda Toscana with It's My Show, back to the scene of his biggest career win.
Yeah, and I think also back to the fact that he's back on Lasix. That is really going to help him. That first start, I can see him getting it done without it, but he just barely got it done at 55 cents on the dollar. The next start, obviously, it took a little bit of an impact. Now he's back on Lasix. Scotty's here on Artie in the winner's circle, middle of the gate. He's going to be tough in here.
All right, that was actually the Burke horse we were seeing there in Act Fast. This now is Combustion. Combustion, he's a fast horse too that can pop up if he trips out with a strong showing.
Yeah, that's and he's also going back on the Lasix program after racing down in Ohio, Oak Grove. But he, outside post here, first start back on the Lasix. Not really sure what they're going to do with him. He looks like he's got the ability to blast if Dougie wants to do that with him. But to the same effect, if he does blast him, how much is he going to have on the end of it?
What about 7 Colors? I know you're a big fan of this guy.
Yeah, I was a big fan, before the final of the Juravinsky, and I'm a really, really big fan after the Juravinsky. He makes a break in the elimination, comes back with a wicked middle half and a mile and 51 and 2 to get back into the race to make the final. In the final, this horse was locked for life all the way down on the inside. He could never get him into a good position because of the rail. A bunch of them left, and he had no way to get him back to the flow until it was too late. But when he did get him back into the flow, he was the strongest horse on the end of it. So I'm going to go with 7 Colors in here and hope that Dexter gives him a real good shot in here tonight.
Yeah, where do you think he positions him, leaving out of there?
I say he goes right on out of there with him. Maybe he might not get to the front, but I do say that he goes forwardly out of there if he happens to get into a good spot and can drop him down. This horse can race very, very well from off the pace. Like I said, he showed it last week at Flamborough, but if not, he does have the gate speed that I think he can get him out of there and drop him down, or at least work his way to the front.
It's My Show. We got to think from the center of the gate. That's going to be an ideal spot for him too.
I mean, that's his bread and butter, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, usually, I mean, even in the North American Cup last year, he went to the front. It was a matter of whether Confederate was going to get to run him down. He almost did, but he couldn't get there. Yeah.
Dug in.
Well, again, what we were talking about there, even though Confederate, which we are huge fans of, that big move that he has, he flew home, but when a horse like It's My Show is still going forward, it's hard to track them down.
Yeah, especially when they're all, you know, top level talent.
Yes,
right.
that's it.
It's not an overnight where you're going to have kind of a wide range.
Right.
I mean, you know, most stakes horses they've all got quite a bit of talent, and you know, you can get the jump.
And we just saw that in the last race with Fun Time by Emma. Legendary Hanover looked great. Everything went good, but he just gave up a little too much ground.
Yeah, 100%. So heading out to the track, we'll meet him, and then we'll talk more about this 4th race field as we've got our first of 2 graduate divisions for these 4-year-old pacers.
The horses are on the track for tonight's 4th race, Race 4, Graduate Series. The leader, 1 Christchurch of Post-Grade, Yannick Gingras with the Todd Luther trainee, Greg Luther Racing LLC, the owner. Number 2, Coach Stephanos with James McDonald for trainer Irv Miller, owners Kenneth Duffy, D&M Trading 2, along with John Stephanos. This is 3 All-Class, Bob McClure for trainer Per Engblom, owned by Morrison Racing Stable. Here's 4 Command, Sylvain Filion for trainer Marie-Hélène Dupont, the owner Écurie CSL. 5 in the group, It's My Show, Scott Ziron for trainer Linda Toscano, owners are Richard Young and Joanne Young. 6 is Seafire, Tim Tetrick for trainer Brian Brown, owned by Country Club Acres, along with Joe Lynn Ritter, Mark Kantrowitz, and Scott Davis. 7 is Act Fast with Dave Miller aboard that Ron Burke trainee for Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services Incorporated, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Beastie LLC. 8 is Combustion, Doug McNair aboard the Douglas DeLoyne Jr. trainee. Owners are David Linker, along with Brian Lohman and Robert Venable. And to complete the field, this is 9 7 Colors with Dexter Dunn for trainer Andrew Harris. Harris shares ownership with William Pollock and Bruce Ehrman. That's the field for tonight's 4th race, the kickoff leg to the early pick 4 in 5 minutes.
Getting set for race number 4. It is the first division of the Graduate Series for 4-year-old pacers, and I'm joined by trainer Per Engblom, who sends out number 3 All Class here in this 4th race. And we'll start first with All Class. We'll talk about your other starter coming up in race number 8 in just a second. But Per, All Class, you were telling me it's a horse you acquired halfway through last year. You've really liked him. We're seeing him now move up to the Grand Circuit ranks. Did you think all along he was capable of racing at that level?
I thought it was fast enough, but he shows that he's got a little class to go with him too, and at this level you need both.
He won at 7-1 in his elimination of the Juravinski, then finished runner-up to the stablemate in the final. What'd you think of his efforts there, and had to give you a big confidence boost heading to the graduate?
Yeah, he was super, both elimination and final, and he was coming at the wire in the final too. So it wasn't 100% empty, and hopefully the big track is gonna put up a decent number tonight.
We'll move over to race number 8, hunting the last dollar you'll send out. Post position number 8, outside starting spot. We'll touch on that in a second, but how did he come out of the Juravinski after the big win?
Yeah, all good, all good. We took him home in between, and he's been training at home, and everything seemed to be fine.
Post position 8, the outside starting spot. If you were drawing things up, what can we expect here tonight?
Well, with Yannick driving, I'm sure we're heading forward, and because that's usually his game plan. But my horse can leave, and he can take a little air too. So we'll move forward and see what happens.
All right, Perry, we always appreciate it. Best of luck here tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, race number 4, first division of the Graduate Series. Always a fun event for the 4-year-olds as they move to the aged ranks. Let's send things back into the studio with Chad and Randy.
Per Engblom with some of the best stats in North America, putting together a real good 2024 again. Sends out a handful of horses on the program, so appreciate hearing from him as we kind of get a look at it visually. What are you seeing out here right now, Randy?
Well, I mean, I'd love to own any one of them. I always say that there. I thought It's My Show looked really good. You know, he's taken some good support. He's now your favorite, 7-5. I thought he looked good out on the track, but the one that really impressed me the most of all of them was the 9-horse, 7 Colors. I love the way that he come on the track. You know, he really looks like he's engaged out there. And, we just got a quick look at Coach Stefanos there. He looks like he's pretty, live tonight. But yeah, this guy right here, 7 Colors, I love the way that he looks out there right now. And like I said, I thought that it was a great effort that he put in last week. So I know he has the 9-hole out here, 4-1 right now, but I think that we're going to see a very forwardly placed horse tonight.
I know It's My Show is raced at a variety of tracks, and he's performed well at a variety of tracks, but can a horse remember real good vibes at a certain track? He won his elim in the NA Cup and then won the final last year. I mean, obviously, great spot here, but can he come back here and remember that kind of stuff?
I really don't know. That's a good question, but I really don't know how to answer that question. What I will say, though, is I think that there's certain courses for horses. Okay. And, I mean, if he gets over this surface real well, if it agrees with him, you know what I mean, then I think that's what the big advantage is when they come back here, is that they like the surface, they like the configuration of the track. Whether or not he remembers that he was in the winner's circle with flowers all over him, that I can't help you with.
Yeah,
but he looks good. He's engaging out there. He's you know what I mean? The ears are up. The neck is bowed. He's into it tonight. So, I mean, I would have to say that It's My Show could potentially be getting ready to put on a show.
Yeah, looking at 7 Colors out there again, I agree with you. He looked fantastic, in that spot. We're starting to see command float up. It's not that the money's coming out. It's just that other is pouring in. So that was just some early money on him, and that just happened to bring him down, but I think he'll pop up. Here's a look at Seafire. We didn't get to see him in here, and I mean, he comes in with a couple of wins, just at Scioto, so obviously the waters are deeper here, but Brian Brown, every time he seems to bring horses here, they do pretty well.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the guy that's driving him. That's one of the greatest drivers that's ever going to live right there, Tim Tetrick. He can do wondrous things. And, I mean, he's another one of those guys that the more money that he races for, the better his driving becomes. He is so tough to beat right now. Act fast for Ronnie Burke. He looks good out there. I would have liked to see one chance to take a real good look at Coach Stefanos heading to the gate, the 2-horse. I would have liked to seen that because he really looked like he was, bouncing around and having some fun out there. So there he is there.
See, the crew listens.
There you go. I mean, look at that again. Engaged well, the ears are up. He's heading out there. He's looking like he's having a really good time out there. Definitely the lines are good in there. Look at last year, 17 starts and 15 times he's top 2.
Yeah, he can fly too, but so can others. It's the return of the NA Cup champ, Kenny. It's My Show, 8-5 favorite.
Yes, indeed. We'll see how he performs here tonight. He's back in the Lasix program after what some would say laid an egg in the Kentucky Sire Stakes final in his latest. We'll see if he can bounce back here this evening. Scott Zieron has already been to the winner's circle once tonight. Others getting play, 7 Colors. That mile in the Juravinski was awesome. Outside post position for him tonight. We'll see what type of tactical approach Dunn utilizes with him this evening. He's a pricey 3-1. On the gate for the 4th race, here they come. Often pacing, first out of there is All Class. Alongside him is Command. Speed on the outside from Combustion, and 7 Colors drives outside as well. In at the rail, Christchurch is up into the top 5, then it's back to Coach Stefanos. Retreating at the inside, It's My Show. Seafire lands next to last, and the early trailer is Act Fast. To the quarter they go. Pedal gets pressed to it, and 7 Colors as he shoots up alongside, and now by command. The opening quarter is 26-2, 7 Colors to the top. Into the pocket goes Command. It's All Class third, Christchurch fourth. Gap of 2 likes back Combustion fifth. 6th inside Coach Stefanos. Then it's back to It's My Show 7th. 8th inside is Seafire, and the trailer remains Act Fast, 3/8 in the books. On up to the midway point they go. Name of the game is Track Down 7 Colors. Easier said than done. For Dunn, who swings away on 7 Colors through a 54 3/2. Second to the rail is Command. All Class third, Christchurch fourth. Popped out first up, 5th Combustion. 6th outside is Coach Stefanos. It's My Show covered up, but 7th on the outside as he's way back there. 8 off the lead with 3/8 to go. Then it's further back to Act Fast and Seafire trails. 2 3/4. 7 Colors leads at a length. Command is in the pocket spot. All Class third, Combustion not taking the backfield far enough tonight. 4th outside as he clogs up that backfield flow lane. 3/4 in 122-1. Turning home, 7 Colors on that lead. From the pocket is Command. All Class reaches for racetrack after being buried most of the way. Deep stretch. 7 Colors. Good to go. 7 Colors on top by 2 in deep stretch. Shaking loose late with pace. Christchurch, it's 7 Colors. 7 Colors wins. Christchurch was second in 1:48-2.
Another one, Randy, you predicted that would be going forwardly place. He got the chance to cut it, and I mean, it's not that he took any real breathers.
No.
I mean, he let him roll, and he still kicks home in 26-1.
48-2, Chad. That's we knew we were going to see speed tonight, and we're seeing it. I think that in a way too, Dexter really, in a very subtle way, he just put on a clinic right now. Like when he come out of there, there was other horses coming with him. At no point did he play his hand. At no point did he lay the whip on his tail and show everybody that he was going to the front. It looked like he was going to maybe duck him, but then once the other guys started to find those holes and settle them, that's when he took off with them. Gets to the front over, very what I would consider to be not a bad fractions whatsoever, because they go the first 8th and 12-1, and he wasn't doing any racing. Then they go the next 8th and 14-1, which is 28-2 speed, and that's when he moved him to the front. I think Dexter Dunn very quietly just put a clinic on.
Yeah, what about Gingras and Christchurch at big odds? I mean, all over the horse in front of him, and then he was live in the lane.
Yeah, and he was very live, very engaged out there. But what about Coach Stefanos too? Another one, big effort from him as well.
Ran
a lot
in
of
a couple
traffic,
of times.
a lot of
Into a
traffic
blind
problems.
Switch a little.
Yeah,
but I mean, he can fly, and I thought he'd enjoy this stretch. It's not quite as long as the one at Hoosier. But he still raced well.
Oh, and this is a really nice, deep group of horses here. But like I said, 7 Colors, if you really seen that whole race at in the Juravinsky final, you can see him being able to do this. I just don't know if he's the type of horse that he can do it week in and week out.
Yeah, I got you. And then Command, who, again, took some early money, still got plenty of support. He wasn't beat much, but hung around in 4th. It's My Show, unfortunately, just not his top effort. But they'll head back to the drawing board and try and get him back on track as he missed the board at 6-5. But back to the winner's circle here, 7 Colors to take the graduate.
$148-2 speed tonight for number 9, 7 Colors. Trip handicappers would be all over this guy. He had an absolutely brutal trip in the Juravinsky, and here tonight, he made his own luck. Dexter Dunn with that 4-year-old son of Stay Hungry out of the Bettor's Delight mare. Rainbow in the Dark, owned by William Pollock, Bruce Ehrman, and Andrew Harris. Andrew does the training, and Dexter Dunn in the sulky. 7 Colors victorious for the first time in 3 attempts this season. It's the 9th career tally for 7 Colors as he captures the Graduate Series opening leg here tonight. An impressive score. Mr. Jim Gillespie from our race office crew with the trophy presentation to the winning connections. 148-2 speed for 7 Colors in the Graduate Series.
Seven Colors takes our first division of the Graduate Series, and I'm joined by winning driver Dexter Dunn. And Dex, we'll talk about tonight, but I want to go back to the last start. I mean, you look at the line over a half-mile track to rally from 7th to 3rd. Things obviously didn't work out on that night, but he looked like he raced absolutely wicked in the Jurvinski.
He really did, Stewie. You know, I couldn't believe how hard he was pacing forward on that last turn and come home such a quick last quarter. So, yeah, he's obviously come back good from last year.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He's put in some good efforts here now, and tonight, stellar. 148-2. You roll him out to the lead and kept the fractions honest, work out the way you envisioned?
I mean, I wanted to get forward from the draw. You know, it wasn't planned to be on the front. Sort of options were open, but he felt so strong tonight. Like, he was bowling along there on his own will, and I said to Andrew, that's probably the best he's felt when I sat behind him. So he's heading in the right direction.
Busy month of June coming up, not just here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, but across the harness racing world. We're getting into the thick of things now, stakes season. How much do you look forward to this time?
Oh, yeah, I look forward to a lot, Stewie. You know, exciting times. It's, it's such a pleasure to sit behind good horses. So, we look forward to it for the last few months. Get out of winter, come into summer, the good horses come. So it's a good time of year.
All right, always good to see you. Congratulations.
Thanks, bud.
All right, there you go. Seven Colors, 148-2 in our first division of the Graduate.
On the gate for the fourth race, here they come. Often pacing, first out of there is All Class. Alongside him is Command. Speed on the outside from Combustion, and Seven Colors drives outside as well. In at the rail, Christchurch is up into the top 5, then it's back to Coach Stefanos. Retreating at the inside, It's My Show. Seafire lands next to last, and the early trailer is Act Fast. To the quarter they go. Pedal gets pressed on it, and Seven Colors as he shoots up alongside, and now by Command. The opening quarter is 26-2. Seven Colors to the top. Into the pocket goes Command. It's All Class third, Christchurch fourth. Gap of 2 likes back Combustion fifth. Sixth inside Coach Stefanos. Then it's back to It's My Show seventh. Eighth inside is Seafire, and the trailer remains Act Fast. 3/8 in the books. On up to the midway point they go. Name of the game is Track Down Seven Colors. Easier said than done. For Dunn, who swings away on Seven Colors through a 54 3/2. Second to the rail is Command. All Class third, Christchurch fourth. Popped out first up, fifth Combustion. Sixth outside is Coach Stefanos. It's My Show covered up, but seventh on the outside as he's way back there. 8 off the lead with 3/8 to go. Then it's further back to Act Fast and Seafire trails. 2 3/4. Seven Colors leads it a length. Command is in the pocket spot. All Class third. Combustion not taking the backfield far enough tonight. Fourth outside as he clogs up that backfield flow lane. 3/4 in 122-1. Turning home. Seven Colors on that lead. From the pocket is Command. All Class reaches for racetrack after being buried most of the way. Deep stretch. Seven Colors. Good to go. Seven Colors on top by 2 in deep stretch. Shaking loose late with pace. Christchurch. It's Seven Colors. Seven Colors wins. Christchurch was second in 148-2. Here's how they finished in the fourth. Christchurch second, Coach Stephanos third, All Class fifth, Command fourth, It's My Show seventh, Seafire sixth, Act Fast eighth, Combustion ninth, Seven Colors your winner. Fifth race is next. Post time 7 minutes away. It's the anchor leg of the early pick 5. Note 2, Ghostly Casper switches, blind bridle, 2 blinkers. The 6, Hasty Bid, a shoeing change, flip flops, 2 steel up front.
More stakes action coming your way of the graduate variety. This time we're going to see the 4-year-old trotters. And let's have a quick look at them. A little spiel here about Southwind Coors. I'll tell you one thing I like. I think Chris Christoforou gets along great with him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, you know. And I mean, and the beauty of Southwind Coors, too, is that he's a very handy kind of a horse. He can leave. He can race from off. Either way, I think Chris gave him a nice, easy start last week, you know, in the preferred in against Fashion Frenzy and that. He didn't overdo it. Give him a nice, easy one the week before in the preferred again against Gaines. Now, he does come into the graduate. He is going to have some really, really tough horses in here, but he's a handy horse with the rail. Greek knows him real, real well. I say he punches out of there and gets him a real nice trip.
Here's the Bears, Jean Pupil, Ghostly Casper, and, you know, he, like Southwind Coors, where others are coming in with somewhat of a stale date. You know, these guys last race May 20th, and that could help them.
I think so, too. And this is another guy, you know, the only times he really gets beat is when he gives up just a little bit too much ground. If this race, if Ghostly Casper gets pulled into this race, he can go with any one of these horses, in my opinion, especially on the end of his mile.
What about the blinkers going on tonight?
That'll be interesting. You know, he did have a blind on, so that should basically give Tyler maybe a little bit more comfort out there if he wants to race him from off the pace, which, you know, he doesn't show really big gate speed, so he can pretty well guaranteed he's going to be looking for a trip with him. This should maybe relax him a little bit, give him a little bit more power on the end of it.
2 years ago, this horse Hero Well won the Mohawk Million for Marcus Melander and company, and he will make his first start of the year here.
Yeah, a little bit light on the wins, though, for a great horse like this, right? 7 seconds, 3 wins last year out of the 13 starts. You know, a little bit over the 20%, but not a whole lot, though. I want to see one out of him. I know the qualifiers are good qualifiers here, but I got to see one out of him.
There's Osceola, hasn't raced since May the 4th, but he's come back great this year. Always had the talent, but it looks like the maturity has caught up to that talent. And you've got me convinced not to be worried about the time away.
No, I don't think so, especially coming out of this barn. Like, they can have a little bit of time away, and they're still right on their game. He's got a good track to train at home if he wants to. He's only 30 minutes from here. He brings horses down, you know, so this guy could have had a nice, serious, fast mile into him. And I can't say enough again about the job that Doug McNair has done with this horse. I think that the horse has gotten much, much better this year, but I also think that Doug, so far, has done absolutely perfection with this guy.
Another barn you don't have to worry about, you know, any kind of a layoff and being ready is Ilka Svanstad. He's got Kierkegaard K in here. Post 5 and Gingras gets the call to drive.
You know, good win percentage last year, right? 12 starts, 4 times he was a winner, picked up 232,000. He gets the middle of the gate. coming off of those 2 qualifiers, but I've yet to see him race on our circuit. And sometimes our circuit with the surface that we have, it can be a little bit tricky. This guy does show 1 break in the qualifier at the Meadowlands, so I got to wait a little bit on the 5-horse.
Yeah, we just saw the McDonald's talking strategy here for Hasty Bid. He flip-flops come off. He's going to go Steel up front here. You know, he's a horse that if he can trip out, he's got a good late kick.
He does. He's got a good late kick, and he likes to race.
Yeah.
He likes it. He likes to
And
track
I think he likes
horses.
to target. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. He likes to track horses. He is coming in a little bit light, but I like the fact that they're taking the flip-flops off of him. They're going to Steel in front. That tells me that, you know, maybe his feet might have been a little bit sore in the Graduate Series when he wasn't winning. Now that they're happy with the way that his feet are, they're going to go back to Steels.
All right, well, we're going to meet the field, and we'll talk all of them when they're out there on the track in just a few moments.
Trotters are out for race 5, Graduate Series. For the Trotters, Southwind Coors leads parade. Chris Christopher aboard for trainer Matt Pax. The back stable, Glengate Farms, Dave Hudson, Craig Wilson owners. Tyler Borth on 2 Ghostly Casper, Ben Bayarchon co-owns and trains, partners with Teresa Davidson along with Santo and Nunzio Venna. Here's 3 Owell, Dexter Dunn for trainer Marcus Melander, owned by SRF Stable. 4 is Osceola with Doug McNair for trainer-owner Greg McNair, partners with Willow Oak Ranch and Paul Hamann. This is 5 Kierkegaard K. Yannick Gingras with the Oka Svanstead trainee for Knudsen Trotting Incorporated. 6 in the field, Hasty Bid, James McDonald aboard for trainer and co-owner Paige McDonald, partners with 10,063 663 Ontario Incorporated. Number 7 in the group is Chapper Kraz with Tim Tetrick for trainer Ron Burke. Burke Racing Stable owns with Weaver Bruchemi and Philip Kalura. Here's a look at 8 Dire Straits. Dave Miller with the Marcus Melander trainee owned by Richard Gutnick, Tommy Pontone, and Gary Cacho. And to complete our field, number 9 is Hausen Road with Scott Zeron for trainer Oka Svanstead, owned by Knudsen Trotting Incorporated and Little E LLC. It's the 5th race coming up next, post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at number 4, Osceola, as we get set for race number 5, the Graduate Series. We're on the trot here, and I'm joined by trainer Greg McNair. And Greg, it's been a good start to the campaign for Osceola coming out of the Canadian Graduate Series, but it's almost been a month now since that last start. What's that last 4 weeks looked like for him?
Well, he come out of that last start real good, and I was figuring on giving him a race there a week ago, and he come up. He just wasn't feeling himself there, so he's got to come into the race with one work short. So, but he went 5 weeks straight, so he should be all right.
Looking at this group of horses, now that we move over to the Grand Circuit, I thought the group in the Canadian Graduate Series was very competitive, and I think they certainly are going to hold their own in here. What do you think of his competition tonight?
Oh, that's certainly the tough ones out of the Ontario ones are in here, and then they add 4 or 5 more, and it's pretty tough race for them.
All right, well, Greg, I'll let you go watch it. Best of luck here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Osceola, the number 4. There's Doug McNair in the bike. Getting set for the Graduate Series trot. We're going to go back into the studio, reconnect once again with Chad Randy.
All right, thank you, Mark, and good to hear from Greg McNair. So we get a bit of a backstory. He was, again, hopeful to get a race into him. but just not feeling himself. So just decided to, kind of let him get back to normal and train him at home. And Greg's got a nice track where he is too.
Oh yeah, and he's close enough to Grand River if he wants to go
check out
there.
that
He
new
can come.
5/8s,
He's always bringing horses down here qualifying day. He could have brought him down here, So I think that he looks good on the track, and I'm kind of in agreement with Greg there too. He went 5 weeks in a row. I don't think a little bit of time is going to hurt him too much. But this horse also looks good out on the track right now, Southwind Coors.
Yeah, Southwind Coors again. He always seems to have almost a lazy type of way of going. But when you ask him to move forward, he just seems to respond. He maybe won't do it instantly, but he does it. He tries.
He does. He's just a really handy kind of horse. You know what he is? He's a horse that's going to make money his whole life. And he's obviously a perfect gaited horse. You can see him out there right now. This is the kind of horse that you could see him as a gelding, when the career comes to an end. I think he's going to be a millionaire.
Yeah, Ghostly Casper, there he is. Tyler Borth, obviously excited to drive this guy, and last year, big thrills for him. Racing well, coming back nice as a 4-year-old. If he's got to go 51 and a piece, 52, you think that's
in his wheelhouse?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I do. I think that it's in his wheelhouse. The only thing that scares me a little bit about him is, like I said, he doesn't really have that big gate speed. And with the 2-hole here, and if there's enough of them that leave from the outside, he could get himself into a bad spot. That's the only thing about Ghostly Casper that I'm just a little bit, shy on him a bit. He gives up a lot of ground, and this is a tough field of horses to give up ground. But he's getting a bridle change tonight, and again, at some point, I think that they're going to try to push forward a little bit. But Southwind Coors is probably going to be coming out of there like a bullet from the rail, and if he's able to just kind of drop him down onto the Greek's helmet, a lot of times a horse will follow that horse into the first turn, even though they're not a big lever, but they got that target. So I think he can get himself a good trip, but if he just takes back off the gate, it could be a bit of a tough road after that.
Here's
This horse looks amazing.
Yeah, great looking horse, done in tow, Marcus Melander. I mean, off the shelf again, another one. You're not concerned about him having the horse ready. He'll have him where he wants him to be. But I know you talked last year how, he was 10 for 13 in the top 2, but only 3 trips to the winner's circle. So there was quite a bit, especially early on. There's a lot of second-itis. But, really, there's, only maybe 2 poor efforts all season long from him.
Yeah, for sure. No, absolutely. Real nice horse. Now, what bothers me a little bit is the May 18th qualifier. I don't mind the first qualifier, May 3rd, but the May 18th, when this horse makes his way to the front there, they were only at the half in 57 and 4. He's sitting in the 2-hole. He makes his way to the front. They're only there in 26 and 4. Now, they do come a quarter in 26 seconds, and Winner's Bet was able to get the best of them, but to the same effect, though, too, I don't think he would have moved him to the front if he didn't think that he was going to be able to finish it off. You don't really want to get beat in a qualifier. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that maybe he might need one more, but man, he looks fantastic on the track, but so does this guy.
And Winner's Bet, who has been beating him in those qualifiers, he just won his qualifier again today, 51 and 3.
It's not like you're getting beat by a bad horse.
Yeah. What do you think, Osceola? He looked good out there?
He looked amazing out there. You know, it was interesting to see what Greg said about him, that they couldn't get that race into him. But like we said, where his farm is, he can just train him there. A good mile. He can go to Grand River. He can come down here. There's lots of ways to get a, bit of a tightener in.
Maybe a quick comment on the outside 3. We didn't really talk about any of those 3 that you think can get a good piece of this?
I think that they can all get a good piece of it. Look at the barns that they come out of: Burke, Melander, and Aki's Fonstead. You know, so I think that they're all dangerous. They got dangerous drivers: Zeron, Dave Miller, Tim Tetrick. But I think that the middle of the gate, to me, is where the action's going to happen.
All right, time for some 4-year-old trotters. Kenny with the Graduate. A nice mix here of some local hopefuls and some out-of-towners.
Yes, indeed. That's what's so exciting about these top-level races is very little room for error. You have to be on point, and so does the horse. We've got a group of 9 lined up here. It is the Graduate Series for the 4-year-old trotters. Field of 9. Set for a start. Here they come. And they're off. Good even beginning. First out of there is Shapper Craze from the outside. Leading out in the center with that one comes Oh Well. Pushing at the rail is Southwind Coors. In traffic early is Osceola. Stacked up wider is Hasty Bid. Then it's back to Kierkegaard K. In at the rail, Ghostly Casper. Further back we go to Dire Straits, and the early trailers Cowsan Road. Heading over to the quarter, they'll chase Shapper Craze, who's up front leading the way. Shapper Craze through a 26 and 3 opening quarter, leading over Southwind Coors. A gap of 2 to Oh Well. Osceola fourth inside. Back to fifth now. Trots Hasty Bid. Sixth inside. 2 Kierkegaard K. It's another 2 to Ghostly Casper. Then Dire Straits. And Cowsand Road is trailing. Single file through the second quarter. Dictated by T-Trick and Shapper Craze. Shapper Craze leads just over length. Southwind Coors trips out in the box second. It's Owell third. Osceola angles out of fourth. Points first over. 55-2 the half. 28-4 the second quarter. Into the far turn. Chasing after Shapper Craze. Southwind Coors second. Owell third. Osceola in the first over. Grind into fourth. Hasty Bid stayed in fifth. Kierkegaard K covered up sixth outside. Then seventh. In at the rail is Dire Straits. Outside Ghostly Casper. And trailing Cowsand Road. 2 3/4. Shapper Craze still there, leading it just over a length in 1:23-3. Southwind Coors right there, second, ready to go into attack mode for Christophe Roux, who points and clicks. Inside trip third is Owell. He's in a tight spot, full of trot, nowhere to go for Dunn. Osceola's not done, closing on the outside late here from McNair. Osceola sets sail late, gets to Shapper Craze. Osceola on the outside from first over. It is Osceola. Osceola with a Graduate Series score. Hasty Bid escaped late to get second. Looked like Ghostly Casper third in 1:52 1/5.
Well, the locals get it this time in the Graduate. As we know, it travels. Some of these will be going to the Meadowlands for another Graduate tilt, but it's Osceola. Again, kind of a patient drive. Doug tried to, get Dexter to take the bait. Dexter wanted to. He just couldn't get his horse to go then, but in the lane, his horse was more alive, so that's something to take note of. But Osceola raced great, but I thought Hasty Bid and Ghostly Casper real strong too.
Absolutely. All three of those horses raced very, very well, and I go back to with the Dexter horse there. I mean, he's live on the end of it. You can see him. He's right up alongside of T-Trick's horse. But I think coming off those qualifiers, he needed one. I think he needed this start, to get him there, and when the fractions were hot around the last turn, they were going 28-1 when he tried to get him out there. Like you said, they just didn't have the speed to get him out there. But what a great effort there by Osceola. And like I said, I go back to that April 26th line, Chad. I've done this myself times where I've ran them up the inside, been lucky enough to get out, and it just sets the horse up down the road. And I'm talking 4 or 5 starts before he starts to feel tired. He is so full of himself right now, this horse.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to dance with all these top 4-year-olds, I believe.
Yes.
Both sides of the border. I'm interested to see when he gets an opportunity against, the open age group, right? Against all those older horses, because that brings in some other good ones, how he's going to go, because this guy's just got so much talent.
And Greg told us beforehand that he didn't he's one trip short, one workout short, but yet he goes out and sets a new lifetime mark, first over. Hello.
Yeah. No.
Welcome home, Osceola.
Yeah, Dougie McNair with 4 wins last night. Gets a big one here in the Graduate. Nearly $100,000 up for grabs. Osceola with that new lifetime mark of 152-1.
Here's a look at the winner of tonight's 5th race. 4 is Osceola, 4-year-old son of Muscle Mass, out of the Conway Home Air Armbro Exquisite. Owned and trained by Greg McNair, partners with the Willow Oak Ranch, and Paul Hamann. Doug McNair winning reinsman. Great start to the year for Osceola. He's put together 3 consecutive victories now. After finishing second in his 2024 debut, Osceola congratulated by Megan Walker from Woodbine Mohawk Park with a presentation to Team Osceola. And Team Ontario makes up that trifecta ticket. Osceola, Hasty Bid, Ghostly Casper, all products of this provincial program. Making up the trifecta, Kierkegaard K on the bottom of that superfecta ticket. So all hail Ontario. Osceola wins and pays $5.10 in 152 1/5.
Career best effort tonight from Osceola to take our lone division of the Graduate Series trot, and I'm joined by winning driver Doug McNair. And Doug, I want to go over to the far turn of this race. You moved first up, looked like you were trying to flush some cover. It never did develop, and halfway around that far turn, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I had to get on the move good and early, and they're still kind of rocking up front. My horse stalled just heading in the last turn. I wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he kept charging. You know, he seems more mature this year. I'm not sure what the difference was the last couple of years, but you can use them a little more in the turns. That makes them a heck of a lot handier.
Real game effort after being off nearly a month. I talked to your father during the post parade, and he talked about that he was hoping to get a start in there, but a little bit of sickness fell upon the horse. How are you feeling going into tonight?
Yeah, you know, he doesn't say too much to me before the race, so I wasn't sure how tight he had him. I know he trained him up pretty good, so he usually brings him ready to rock, but he didn't say too much to me. I was just kind of driving the way he felt, and he just felt great the whole way. In the post parade, if anybody watched him, you could tell he looked good. He felt sharp, so we had to give him a pretty bit of a shot.
The top three was all Ontario-sired 4-year-old trotters, and I know this group really banged heads last year, and they've moved up to the older ranks now. We've got a really good group here locally.
Yeah, you know, like we've talked about that lots. Ontario's got a great program right now. It's the best anywhere in North America, I'd say, and proved it tonight. You know, these are nice top three trotters there. There's one or two other ones that didn't even race tonight that are right there with them. So it's a pretty good bunch of trotters.
Doug, congratulations on the victory.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Osceola 152-1 to take the Graduate Trot.
Field of 9. Set for a start. Here they come. And they're off. Good even beginning. First out of there is Shapper Craze from the outside. Leading out in the center with that one comes Oh Well. Pushing at the rail is Southwind Coors. In traffic early is Osceola. Stacked up wider is Hasty Bid. Then it's back to Kierkegaard K. In at the rail, Ghostly Casper. Further back we go to Dire Straits, and the early trailer is Cowsan Road. Heading over to the quarter, they'll chase Shapper Craze, who's up front leading the way. Shapper Craze through a 26-3 opening quarter, leading over Southwind Coors. A gap of 2 to Oh Well. Osceola fourth inside, back to fifth now, trots Hasty Bid, sixth inside to Kierkegaard K. It's another 2 to Ghostly Casper, then Dire Straits, and Cowsan Road is trailing, single file through the second quarter, dictated by T-Trick and Shapper Craze. Shapper Craze leads just over length. Southwind Coors trips out in the box second. It's Oh Well third. Osceola angles out of fourth. Points first over. 55-2 the half. 28-4 the second quarter. Into the far turn. Chasing after Shapper Craze. Southwind Coors second. Oh Well third. Osceola in the first over. Grind into fourth. Hasty Bid stayed in fifth. Kierkegaard K covered up sixth outside. Then seventh. In at the rail is Dire Straits. Outside Ghostly Casper. And trailing Cowsan Road. 2 3/4. Shapper Craze still there, leading it just over a length in 1:23 3. Southwind Coors right there, second, ready to go into attack mode for Christophe Roux, who points and clicks. Inside trip third is Oh Well. He's in a tight spot, full of trot, nowhere to go for Dunn. Osceola's not done, closing on the outside late here from McNair. Osceola sets sail late, gets to Shapper Craze. Osceola on the outside from first over. It is Osceola. Osceola with a Graduate Series score. Hasty Bid escaped late to get second. Looked like Ghostly Casper third in 1:52 1/5. The rundown race 5, Southwind Coors 8th, Ghostly Casper 3rd, OL 6th, Osceola the winner, Kierkegaard K 4th, Hasty Bid was 2nd, Shapper Craze was 5th, Dire Straits finished 7th, and Cowsand Road was 9th. Coming up next, it's race 6 into the back half of this Saturday evening program. The 6th race kicks off the late pick 5. Show wagering has been taken off race 6. Another division of the Some Beach Somewhere coming up next.
Race number 6 is where we head to next. We're already halfway home on this night. It just flies, but that's what these
some
nights
killer
do,
racing.
right? I mean, it's
killer racing.
It's just a lot of fun.
It is.
Right?
This is what it's all about tonight there. I mean, this is amazing racing, amazing horses, amazing drivers. You're doing good too, Chad.
And thanks, man. And again, a good mix of out-of-towners and locals, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just nice when it comes together. So it's fun like that. But we've got some more NA Cup preppers in the Some Beach Somewhere stakes action, division number 2. We saw Funtime Bayama real sharp in his opening division. And now we've got a group of 9 lining up here. NA Cup eligibles are all but this guy right here, trophy taker, but he returned to Ontario last week to take a gold. And he figures to be a player at that provincial level all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked really, really good last week. You know, I was actually surprised. 3 weeks off into that last race, and he comes first up after another move leaving out of there and still was able to take down Storm Shadow. I think he looks really, really good in here. Maneri's barn is hot, and I can see kind of in a way why this horse raced so good last week. Trophy taker by the groom that was standing beside him there. That was Mark McKinnon. We know him as Bubbles, and that guy is half horse himself.
You know, we know that Tony Beaton's got legendary Hanover, but he's got another, you know, a nice 1-2 punch because Nijinsky, he's no slouch.
You know, and here's another one, like how great that last start was when he was able to best Funtime Bayama. We just seen what we've seen with Funtime Bayama tonight, but he went into this race on a 2-week rotation. He'd missed 2 weeks and then come into this race with the 6-hole, barreled out of there. And that's what I like him in here tonight. He's going to be my spot play of the night because he can get himself in a really, really good spot. And I think that this horse's form right now is amazing.
Do Better was an early season star last year. I think he started out like 5 for 5.
Yeah.
You know, won the Battle of Waterloo and put together a nice freshman campaign. How do you think he's come back this year?
I think he's come back absolutely great. You know, I think that he's a really, really nice horse. It's just unfortunate that there is some real killers out there, you know, this year. So I think at some point you are going to see Do Better back in the winner's circle. He's had some horrendous post positions, got a much better post position to work with tonight. He made my horse to watch list last week in the gold, and he picks up Timmy Teacher tonight.
All right, it looks like we're going to head to Paul Reed next. He's got Captain Fear Not, so just missing a couple there in Unrivaled Hanover and Captain's Quarters, but we will see them eventually. Captain Fear Not, a Captain Crunch 3-year-old, won 3 times last year, and this is when he gets in from Kathy Troy.
This guy here, he was, they baby raced him last year and let him race this first start here, I think it was, or maybe his first 2. Chris Jr. was going with him at the time, and he I think he won his first start, but then he got tossed out or something. He got a little bit crooked. I've been following him and watching him in that, and this is a really, really nice horse. Whether he can go with some of these other ones, I got to see that just yet. But I think, last year, 74,000 made, 7 starts. This year, he's only had the 3 starts, but he's had a win in the second. Mile and 51 and 2 in the slop at the Meadows. I say he's coming into this race in pretty good shape. Picks up Trevor Henry tonight.
There's Herb's star pupil, Captain's Quarters, the overwhelming 3-5 favorite. I had heard rumors at one point that Herb would maybe skip this event in favor of an overnighter, but he's opted to put him in here. He's drawn well, and he looked great in his last start.
He did, and I think that this is one of the keys to this horse, the way that he's just standing there quietly like that. He's just a really kind of a mature kind of a horse, laid back, easy going. That's really going to help him through his entire career.
Now, who did we get here? Okay, we got Stonebridge Thrill. So Tony Beaton sending out this better's delight. He was a good second 3 back against Enforcer last time out. He paced a quick back half, but they were all pacing pretty good back halves. It was just tough. He's going to have to probably find a way to get a little closer early.
Yeah, he definitely has the speed to go with these horses, but we need to see more of it. He's not going to be able to sit back in like he has been doing and then go by this bunch. So I'm hoping that maybe with the mid-gate 7-hole that maybe he might be able to get him a little bit closer. If not, then I think he's going to be in for a tough ride tonight.
The key there said Newsroom. Not 100% sure that is him. But if it is, we'll speak Newsroom anyway, because this is a horse I really like for Joe Holloway. He started off last year winning a whole bunch of races and then maybe just tailed off at the end of the season. But he's come back, and the qualifiers, to me, suggest that he's come back fantastic.
You know what's kind of interesting about this guy? Pretty well any Always Be Mickey that I've been around, they've always been like kind of tall horses, but, you would call them kind of a medium build sort of, kind of tall and sort of narrow, like a basketball player almost. Now, this guy is an Always Be Mickey, and I watched him warm up, and this guy is a tank.
Built.
We're talking like a legendary Hanover, one of those kinds of style of body, This guy is a muscled tank. So this is one of the first times that I got to see him up live when Joe was out warming the horse up, and I was a fan. So Newsroom right now, 7-1. I think I'd take a real good look at this guy on the track. If you like the appearance, you might be getting a real steal here, because one thing about Joe Holloway barn, they come ready to race.
And listen, Dave Miller's resume speaks for itself, and he did a great job with this horse last year, but now Dexter Dunn gets the nod this season. He's been behind him on 3 qualifiers, and just any time you can get a guy like Dexter Dunn, you just hope that it could take a horse even to a newer level.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You're more or less looking kind of at a lateral sort of way, but Dexter's a bit of a younger guy. You know what I mean? And it's no secret that athletes kind of sometimes find their prime. And I think that Dexter Dunn right now is in his prime. Not to say anything against Miller. He's one of the greatest drivers that I've ever drove against, you know what I mean?
And still wins the big races.
And he's just amazing kind of a guy, So, but Dexter Dunn is not going to hurt this guy. That's for sure.
All right, well, they're getting their cue from the paddock judge to make their way out to the track. So we're going to meet them here shortly. We've got a field of 9. I do want to remind you that this is the start of the late pick 5. The early one, well done if you took it down, but it's a huge pool, 183,000 plus. I believe this late one is going to get a lot of attention as well, and you're not going to want to miss out. So jump on in. A few minutes left to wager. We'll meet the field, and then Randy and I'll be back to talk the group while they're out on the track.
Race 6, second division of the Some Beach Somewhere. Number 1, Trophy Taker leads parade. James McDonald with the Dave Maneri trainee for Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Frank Baldacchino, and Larry Carr. 2 is Nijinsky with Louis Philippois, trainer Anthony Beaton, the owner's West Wind Stable, John Fielding and Mark Dumaine. This is 3, Do Better, Tim Tetrick with the Bob McIntosh trainee, owned by Robert McIntosh Stables, Al McIntosh Holdings, and the Mardon Stables. 4 is Unrivaled Hanover, Jonathan Jury, for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by Landmark 16 Racing Stable, Hudson Standard Stable, David Reed, and the Bertrand Gillespie Stable. 5 is Captain's Quarters, Jody Jameson for trainer Herb Holland. The owner is Rich Stiles. The 6 is Captain Fear Not, Trevor Henry for trainer Paul Reed. The owner is Kathy Troy. 7 is Stonebridge Thrill, Tyler Borth for trainer Anthony Beaton. Owners are Mac and Carol Nickel. 8 is Newsroom with Dexter Dunn for trainer Joe Holloway. The owner is Valdor Farms. And to complete the field is 9, Crush, Kill, Destroy, with Yannick Gingras for trainer Per Engblom, the owner Evans Nation, along with Engblom Stable LLC. 6th race kicks off the late pick 5. The Some Beach Somewhere second division is next.
Second division of the Some Beach Somewhere Stakes is coming up in just a few moments, and we'll take a closer look right now at number 8, Newsroom, standing by with trainer Joe Holloway. And Joe, first start of the season here tonight, 3 qualifiers under his belt. We were just talking before we came on air here about the fact that just kind of had to wait for this first start, but how'd you feel those qualifiers went?
Oh, the qualifiers went very well, and there just really wasn't any place to race him, so we needed to come here for this.
How's he feeling coming into tonight?
Seems to be feeling very well. Acts more like his old self, so hopefully he races like that.
His 2-year-old season saw him win 7 of 12, racked up a ton in earnings. Had to be thrilled with him, but over the winter, is it just kind of one of those you want the winter to hurry up and get done so you can get to the stake season?
Well, yes and no. I want him to get back to his original form. He finished up the year poorly, and hopefully he's back to his old self.
So on the track here tonight, it's a bit of an outside starting spot with post 8 there as we see Dexter scoring him out. What are you hoping for here in the season debut?
I want to see him race like his old self. I don't think the starting spot matters here. It's such a good, fair start with the 7/8 mile track. So, no, I don't mind the outside spot.
All right, well, thanks so much for taking some time. Best of luck and good to have you up here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's a little more on Newsroom as we get set for the second division of the Some Beach Somewhere. Current favorite, though, is the 5 Captain's Quarters. There's a look at that one on your screen. Let's go once again back to Chad and Randy.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel even more optimistic about my top pick here in Newsroom after hearing the Hall of Famer talk about him. And again, the key that he kept saying was that he's just hopeful he's back to his old self. And that's what he thinks he is.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he is, then, it's going to definitely turn the way that this race is going to play out. Now, myself, like I said, I've never seen him in person till tonight, and this is one handsome individual horse. He's got so much muscle on him right now, really an eye-catching kind of a guy, but I'm still going to go with my top pick, Nijinsky, who we just seen on the screen.
Yeah, and I mean, he's getting plenty of play. I mean, when you've got an odds-on favorite in here in Captain's Quarters, I mean, he was 9-5 a moment ago, so he's getting plenty of respect, and deservedly so.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I thought Captain's Quarters, when we seen him a little bit earlier, I thought he looked great on the track. I love his laid-back kind of a style, you know. Doesn't take anything out of himself in the post parade, just kind of goes about, like, this is what I'm saying, like, there's no sweat on him, he's not labored up, the ears are up, he's not taking a hold of Jody whatsoever, I just think, I love the way that he looks after himself out in the post parade. Usually when a horse goes into the gate like that, then they're full of energy.
Yeah, just prior to seeing him, we got to see briefly Unrivaled Hanover the 4. We didn't see him in the paddock, but this is a horse that, although he hasn't won yet this year, I mean, does he not look like he's made tremendous gains in the off season? I mean, he was a grass rooter last year, and now he's tackling the top gold horses.
Absolutely. This is a horse there that I think that if you put him in the 2-hole and somebody went down the road, went a mile 47 flat, I say he's on the driver's helmet. Whether or not he goes by, I don't know. But he chases and he
track
never
all day long.
Yeah, he never gets tired. So again, if JD can get him into a good spot and the race keeps going, there's not too many removes, I think he could go out with a big effort. Whether he wins, don't know, but I could definitely see him finishing second. And I'm talking a horse that's got a lifetime mark of 56-1 in against this group.
Now, I know Nijinsky, he got a beautiful trip last week, following Funtan Bauman, and was able to capitalize and outsprint him because he's wicked fast in the end of his miles. But in the numbers or two prior to that, yes, against obviously much easier he's going to see tonight, he was able to cut it. Do you think he could cut a mile like this?
Oh, yeah, I think so, for sure. I think this horse is right on his game right now. I think he could do just about anything. And, maybe this is where we're going to see just how great Captain's Quarters is. Maybe he's going to best him whether Louis gets away on Jody's back or not, or vice versa. But all I can say is with Nijinsky, he could not be coming into this race any better than he is right now. But boy, again, Captain's Quarters look good out there, but there's Nijinsky. And I just think that this season could really be a big, big year for Nijinsky.
I'd like to see Newsroom sent to the front with Captain's Quarters taking over in the backstretch and hopefully able to re-rally.
Yeah, I want to win the Lotto, Max.
Okay, well, someone won it last night. Check your tickets. Race number 6 lining up as we kick off this late Pick 5, Kenny, with more Some Beach Somewhere action.
Yes, indeed. Lots of intrigue here as we get a great group here lining up in behind the gate. Favored at even money, the 5, Captain's Quarters. He could not have looked any better than he did in his 2024 debut. Nijinsky, he's 2 for 2 this year. Home in 25-4 in his latest, and he looked pretty good as well. 7 others in behind the gate to join those 2. But those are the 2 getting the bulk of the betting support. Here they come. Often pacing the outside 2 leave out, Newsroom and Crush, Kill, Destroy, but now speed from the inside 2. Trophy Taker, Nijinsky, and Captain's Quarters all powering out. Taken back goes Unrivaled Hanover, then it's back to Do Better. Landing next to last at Captain Fear Not trailer is Stonebridge Thrill. Into the first turn, Newsroom shot to the front, but here pressing on goes the favorite Captain's Quarters now. Nijinsky sitting in from third. That opening quarter was 26-4. Nijinsky's already popped to the outside, and then he popped right back down to the rail. And now he's back to the outside. So on the way to 3/8 they go. Captain's Quarters has got the racetrack, but here comes Nijinsky who wants it. Nijinsky on the outside, sweeping up alongside, and now by Captain's Quarters for the lead. Inside third, Newsroom, gap of 2.5 back to Trophy Taker. Fourth, fifth in at the rail is Unrivaled Hanover. Then it's back 6 to Crush, Kill, Destroy. Tipped outside, Do Better. Gapping in the backfield is Captain Fear Not, and Stonebridge Thrill is trailing. Halftime, 55 flat. They move into the final turn after a 28-1 second split. Nijinsky leads the way. Captain's Quarters right there second. Newsroom third. Trophy Taker fourth. Outside speed in fifth comes from Do Better. They race to 3/4, chasing Nijinsky. Nijinsky under tight lines leads the way. Captain's Quarters second. Newsroom is third. Plugs out on him and he gaps now. 3/4 in 122-3. Turning home. Nijinsky leads the way. Captain's Quarters launching from the pocket spot to go on a deep stretch attack. Nijinsky still in charge. He's a length and a half in front. Captain's Quarters on the outside trying to get to him but can't keep up with him. It's Nijinsky in deep stretch pulling away. Nijinsky takes the second division of the Some Beach Somewhere. Wrapped up late by Waugh. Second was Captain's Quarters. Newsroom third. 149. Nijinsky again.
Okay, Randy, you like Nijinsky before the race. What do you think of him now?
Oh, he just gets better every week. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this horse has come back different this year. You know, he was a nice horse last year. You know, a really nice horse. 10 starts, 6 times he hit the board, $99,000 banked away. But this is a different horse this year. Whether he's able to continually carry this ability, this talent that he's got through the whole season, who knows? Because he's in against some killers, you know, whether it's Golds or the Grand Circuit. But every week he gets better and better and better. And I don't think that was his trip. and he still was able to beat a horse.
I was just going to say to you, so he did that tonight, but he doesn't have to do it that
No,
way.
that's the beauty of him. He can do it anyway. Like, he is just a horse that is on amazing form right now. And, you know, I like the way that Louis raced this horse tonight, because I wouldn't, you know, if he has to do it this way in the NA Cup elimination, then so be it. But if he doesn't have to do it this way in the NA Cup elimination, if he can, you know, do what he did this week, stretch him out a little bit, you know, get some respect out there, come back into the elimination and maybe look to trip him out, bring him into the final, right on his toes. I think that this was the perfect week to do it. I think that was a perfect drive by Louis
Well,
Waugh.
nice pick. Thoughts on captain's quarters?
I think he raced great. I just think that, you know, he only had that one qualifier. You can't count the 1 and 2-2. And then last week, you know, he raced fantastic, but he never had to do anything. He just went to the front and everybody left him alone. Well, he didn't get left alone, but he's a great horse, captain's quarters. He's only going to get stronger from this race, and look out for him, because I find that Herb Holland is able to get them right on their toes going for money. Same as he did last year with the Metro.
I was just going to say, you're working up to a certain point.
Yes.
And that certain point is going to be in a couple of weeks.
Right.
Right? This is just another, it's another step.
That's the time that you're going to get to race for $1 million.
All right. Well, here is Nijinsky, an impressive winner tonight, Ken.
Yes, indeed he was. Nijinsky back. A plug still in score for this colt. He's been scary good to start the year. Versatile, high speed. He can do it all so far. And he beat some good colts tonight to do it, and he beat them handily. Nijinsky now 3 for 3 this year after that 1 for 10 season last year. 3-year-old son of Better's Delight out of the Western Ideal Mare Pirouette Hanover. Owned by West Wind Stable, John Fielding and Mark Dumaine, trained by Anthony Beaton, was driven to victory this evening by Louis-Philippe Waugh. Nijinsky with his 4th career score, and could not have looked any better than he did here tonight. 1:49 the win time for the 2 Nijinsky, again a lifetime best.
Second division of the Some Beach Somewhere goes to Nijinsky, another flashy mile, and I'm joined by winning driver Louis Waugh and along with winning trainer Tony Beaton. I'll start first with you, Louis. Last week, sat on the helmet, a fun time by Yama. It was a wicked sprint home. Tonight you changed things up, moving to the lead, and he was just as spectacular. How'd it feel from your vantage point?
Yeah, I can't say that you're not pleased with him. I mean, he does everything perfectly. Like I said last week, I always knew he had a little turn of foot, but we never really used him too much early or stuff like this. Today, I wanted at first at least to be in possession, and then I was going to play it by then. And then Pazaquaro Jody was kind of taking a little breather there, so I said, well, that's probably the best time to get him on the front there and. Like I said, test him a little bit more, and he just responded well. He had the plug still in down the lane, and I know from last week when you pulled him out, he does give you a little kick, so it's pretty exciting.
Fun horse to drive, no doubt about it. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Tony Beaton, and got a great 1-2 punch of 3-year-old Pacing Colts, Legendary Hanover, and now Nijinsky. Talk about his development from 2 to 3 and what you guys have seen.
He's been great since he came back. I find he really matured this year, and like last year we had a little trouble on the gate in that, where this year, as you've seen the last couple of starts, you can push him out of there, and he always gives us that kick home. So when everybody else is coming 26 and a bit, and you're coming 25 and a bit, you're not making up a lot of ground, right?
What'd you think of seeing him on the front here tonight? Because as Louis said, you know he can kick home, but doing it on the lead, what were you thinking?
I was confident with him. We were hoping for a trip, but he got covered up for a bit. And then when you get away third here, you pretty well got to go or sit. And Louis gave him a chance, and it paid off.
Yeah, an excellent performance here tonight, winning in 149 flat. Finally, just want to get your thoughts on Legendary Hanover. He rocketed home tonight in sub-26 fashion. And as we look ahead to the Pepsi North America Cup eliminations, how are you feeling about him?
Oh, we're confident with Legendary. Like, he paced the back half there, 52 and a bit tonight. It's pretty impressive, and he didn't get hurt doing it. And he can't be on the front every week, but obviously, if we were a little closer, I think it'd be maybe we'd be standing here twice tonight.
All right, well, like I said, you got a nice 1-2 punch as we head towards the NA Cup of Limbs. Congratulations on the win with Nijinsky.
Thank you very much, Mark.
All right, there you go. Nijinsky, 149 in the Sun Beach somewhere.
Betting support. Here they come. Often pacing the outside two leave out, Newsroom and Crush Kill Destroy, but now speed from the inside two. Trophy taker Nijinsky and Captain's Quarters all powering out. Taken back goes Unrivaled Hanover, then it's back to Do Better. Landing next to last at Captain Fear Not trailer is Stonebridge Thrill. Into the first turn, Newsroom shot to the front, but here pressing on goes the favorite Captain's Quarters now. Nijinsky sitting in from third. That opening quarter was 26 and 4. Nijinsky's already popped to the outside, and then he popped right back down to the rail. And now he's back to the outside. So on the way to 3/8 they go. Captain's Quarters has got the racetrack, but here comes Nijinsky who wants it. Nijinsky on the outside, sweeping up alongside, and now by Captain's Quarters for the lead. Inside third, Newsroom, gap of 2.5 back to Trophy Taker. Fourth, fifth in at the rail is Unrivaled Hanover. Then it's back 6 to Crush Kill Destroy. Tipped outside, Do Better. Gapping in the backfield is Captain Fear Not, and Stonebridge Thrill is trailing. Halftime, 55 flat. They move into the final turn after a 28 and 1 second split. Nijinsky leads the way. Captain's Quarters right there second. Newsroom third. Trophy Taker fourth. Outside speed in fifth comes from Do Better. They race to 3/4 chasing Nijinsky. Nijinsky under tight lines leads the way. Captain's Quarters second. Newsroom is third. Plugs out on him and he gaps now. 3/4 in 122 and 3. Turning home. Nijinsky leads the way. Captain's Quarters launching from the pocket spot to go on a deep stretch attack. Nijinsky still in charge. He's a length and a half in front. Captain's Quarters on the outside trying to get to him but can't keep up with him. It's Nijinsky in deep stretch pulling away. Nijinsky takes the second division of the Sun Beach somewhere. Wrapped up late by Wah. Second was Captain's Quarters. Newsroom third. 149. Nijinsky again. Here's the rundown of race 6. Trophy Taker 4th, Nijinsky the winner, Do Better 7th, Unrivaled Hanover was 5th. Captain's Quarters 2nd, Captain Fear Not 9th, Stonebridge Thrill 6th, Newsroom 3rd, Crush Kill Destroy finished 8th. Moving on, we go next to race 7. The late pick 4 is set to get underway. There are no program changes.
Brittany Farms has a storied history of producing champions, pacers and trotters, fillies and colts. Father Patrick, bred, raised, and sold by Brittany, was a champion trotter at both 2 and 3.
Redemption for Father Patrick!
He continues to build his legacy by siring million-dollar yearlings and classic winners like Green Shoe. When planning for the future, let the past be your guide.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
Confederate cut loose off cover. They're in deep stretch, and it's my show. Here's Confederate with a relentless rally from the backfield. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's My Show's almost there. A late push from Confederate. It's My Show wins the big show in 147 and 4, the Pepsi North American Cup.
147 and 4, the final time for Scotty Money and It's My Show.
Seventh race field has hit the track. Meet the one codenamed Cigar Box. Travis Cullen with the Jody Cullen trainee. Owners are Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Ron Cullen. Doug McNair pilots 2. Storm Along. Richard Moreau trains the owner Brad Grant. Here's 3. What You Looking At? Louis Philippois for trainer Dave Maneri, the owner Pollock Racing. 4 is Points North. Sylvain Filion for trainer Carmen Osiello. The owners are Jim and David Winsky. Next, to look at number 5, Mr. Abitho with James McDonald for trainer Richard Moreau. The owner is Brad Grant. 6 is Southwind Sambuca. Trevor Henry on that Victor Putty pupil for Gord McDonald and Christopher Boland. Tim Tetrick on 7, Respect Our Flag. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, along with Travis and Ron Cullen. The 8 is Jack Panic. Jonathan Drury with the Carmen Osiello trainee Dan Serafian owns. And Stone Carver is the 9, driven by Austin Sorey for trainer Anthony Beaton, owner breeder Robert Bridges. A group of 9 for race 7. This kicks off the late pick 4 post time in about 5 minutes.
Let's talk some 7th race Pacers as we wrap the early pick 4. We kick off the late if you want to join in on another multi-leg wager. And I mean, there's 3 right now getting plenty of support on the board. Very close. I know you and I just flip-flop our top picks, so I'll let you go first. Southwind Sambuca, who, I mean, he's had to deal with a couple of monsters in his last pair, but he dodges them tonight.
Yes, he does, and he draws one of our best positions behind the gate with a 6-hole. He's had it in his last 2. He's going to have it again tonight. He's left both times, and the last one he just absolutely zipped him on out of there. He doesn't have to deal with Blue Hunter, legendary Hanover tonight, and hopefully he doesn't have to deal with the crazy fast mile of 47.48. This race goes around 49.50. I think that is going to make it really serious in this guy's wheelhouse. And I like what you're looking at, too, tonight. I used him on top last week there. I know that he didn't really race as good as I thought that he would, but I still think it was a good effort. And he looks good out on the track tonight, and we're going to be back to Louis Wa. Let's hope that last week was just a mulligan.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I still thought last week was good. It was just Blue Hunt, just took off, and he just didn't come back to the group at all. And all in all, I still thought it was a good effort, but likely to be a bit closer because I don't think anybody's going to do that here tonight in that kind of a group. So that's going to help him out. Southwind Sambuca, I think he'll continue to maybe even just follow another one in here. If nobody's willing to do that, then you'll cut it. But when you're looking at the classes those horses have been in lately, that classification in the winter, obviously easier than what it is this time of year because you're getting horses like, let's say, a legendary Hanover who have to go in there because of their money or whatever it be, or lack of wins but too much money. And they're prepping for bigger things, so you end up meeting up some monsters. But now when they go into this kind of classification, they still have some tough ones, some horses that have raced at the top level in the past with success, but experienced foes. But I still think that this is kind of a good group for both the 3 and 6.
I agree. I completely agree with you. Both of them are kind of speedy kind of horses. Now, what you're looking at, if Trevor elects to blast Southwind Sambuca out of there, and like you said, have to race him in front, I think that he can actually pull that off. What you're looking at, he seems to like to kind of get away towards, mid to the back of the pack and then make a big move on the end of it there. But he's got huge wheels, and one of the most scariest miles that he went was April the 27th. You can see in the graduate leg there, whatever. He gets away 4th with him, and then he sneaks him through. And look at the last quarter, 25-3 to beat No Control and Write Me a Rose right on the wire. But I mean, this is what I mean with this guy. He's a dangerous little horse. He's got quick speed. If he can fish them down in through them or whatever, and this guy gets, happens to get turned loose or whatever, my goodness, I think that he can reel off a wicked last quarter.
Mr. Ibiza, the other one getting plenty of support, center of the gate, dropping down, one at this level 2 starts ago, albeit I think maybe a little bit deeper group here tonight, but at least he's got a great post in the leading driver.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a horse that's on his form right now. Is his form going to be good enough to beat these? I think that he could if they over-raced it, you know. If they over-race it and he does one of his big patented late move kicks or whatever, absolutely he can get up there because he has been racing, you know, in the non-winners of 23,000, but then all the other starts are more or less in this class that he's in now, and he showed a win, a third, and a fourth when he's in this class. So he can do with these guys.
And points north, we know that, you know, Carmasiela's right-hand man stopped by earlier tonight, and, you know, couple more starts with some success. This horse is going to be racing's newest millionaire.
Yeah, and I mean, 45 lifetime wins. That's a lot for any horse. You know, this is a horse that knows his job and is very, very good at it. Picking up Sylvain Filion tonight. He is a very tough competitor, and he's picking up Sylvain tonight, you know, middle of the gate. Again, you know, Sylvain can do different things with this guy. So I think he's going to be dangerous in here right now, 25-1.
Yeah, lining up 8-5 favoritism now, and what you looking at as he gets the late support. We've got a group of 9 to kick off this late pick 4.
Good look at them as they line up behind the gate in their positions for this 7th race. Back and forth battle on the board. 3 what you're looking at. Slight favorite at 9-5. 2-1 on 6 Southwind Sambuca. 4-1 on 5, Mr. Ibiza. The gate swings off the turn into the stretch. It's post time for race 7. Seventh race field picks up speed. Here they come. Often pacing in the red blinkers of Southwind Sambuca, the quickest off the car. Leaving from the inside goes Storm along with him. Down the center into third is what you're looking at. Fourth away at the fence, left out codename Cigar Box. Ducked over 5th, points north. 6th and off the speed is Mr. Ibiza. Further back to Respect Our Flag, then Jack Panic. Stone Carver can see them all, bending their way over to the quarter marker. And Henry has put the favorite Southwind Sambuca up front. Clear by 3 as they cruise by a quarter in 27-1. Storm along that long shot rides pocket. What you looking at is third currently. Codename Cigar Box tracks them from back and forth, and points north continues 5th inside. Mr. Ibiza 6 towards the rail. Then it's back to Respect Our Flag. Jack Panic and Stone Carver field in straight alignment, heading to the midway point. No action at all brewing from the backfield, and that's good news for Southwind Sambuca, who leads the charge to the half. Southwind Sambuca hits the half in 56-2, quite sensible as they drive into the final turn. So Southwind Sambuca leads. Storm Along is in the pocket, stayed in third. What you looking at? Points north, first up, 4th outside. On cover, 5th drives Mr. Ibiza. A trapped in codename Cigar Box. Outside goes Respect Our Flag. Final 2 remain. Jack Panic and Stone Carver. Points north is up to rattle. Southwind Sambuca's chain at 3/4. Southwind Sambuca, though, giving him the icy stare. 3/4 in 124 into the stretch now. Plugs are out in Southwind Sambuca as Points North lets him have it. Off cover comes Mr. Ibiza, breathing fire now from McDonald. Mr. Ibiza, the main danger for Southwind Sambuca. Southwind Sambuca outside Mr. Ibiza. What you looking at on the far outside, pacing up a storm late. He'll get it all. It's what you're looking at to win. Second was Mr. Ibiza. Points north. Third in 150-1. Top four on the board for tonight's seventh. We have 3, 5, 4, and 6. Coming back to Victory Lane, the winner of this evening's seventh race. It's number 3, What You Looking At? 4-year-old He's Watching Gelding out of the Art Major Mare. Oriane Blue Chip. For Pollock Racing of Venetia, Pennsylvania, trainer is Dave Maneri and winning driver Louis Philippe Bois. What You Looking At? Second victory this year from 8 attempts. It is career victory number 8 for him. Fantastic final quarter speed once Wah was able to get daylight and racetrack. What You Looking At? Took off. He got airborne. Captures tonight's 7th race in a time of 1:50 and 1. Further back to Respect Our Flag, then Jack Panic. Stone Carver can see them all, bending their way over to the quarter marker, and Henry has put the favorite Southwind Sambuca up front, clear by 3, as they cruise by a quarter in 27 and 1. Storm along that long shot rides pocket. What You Looking At is third currently. Codename Cigar Box tracks them from back and forth, and Points North continues fifth inside. Mr. Ibiza 6 towards the rail, then it's back to Respect Our Flag. Jack Panic and Stone Carver, field in straight alignment, heading to the midway point. No action at all brewing from the backfield, and that's good news for Southwind Sambuca, who leads the charge to the half. Southwind Sambuca hits the half in 56 and 2, quite sensible as they drive into the final turn. So Southwind Sambuca leads. Storm Along is in the pocket, stayed in third. What You Looking At? Points North first up, fourth outside. On cover, fifth drives Mr. Ibiza. A trapped in codename Cigar Box. Outside goes Respect Our Flag. Final two remain. Jack Panic and Stone Carver. Points North is up to Rattles. Southwind Sambuca's chain at 3/4. Southwind Sambuca, though, giving him the icy stare. 3/4 in 124 into the stretch now. Plugs are out, and Southwind Sambuca, as Points North lets him have it. Off cover comes Mr. Ibiza, breathing fire now from McDonald. Mr. Ibiza, the main danger for Southwind Sambuca. Southwind Sambuca outside Mr. Ibiza. What you looking at on the far outside, pacing up a storm late. He'll get it all. It's what you looking at to win. Second was Mr. Ibiza. Points North. Third in 150 and 1. Here's a rundown from the 7th, codename Cigar Box, Dead Heating for 7th, Storm Along 5th. What you looking at the winner, Points North 3rd, Mr. Ibiza was 2nd, Southwind Sambuca 4th, Respect Our Flag 6th, Jack Panic 9th, and Stone Carver Dead Heated for 7th. Final pick 3 of the evening starts in the upcoming 8th race, the Graduate Series, where number 6, Fulton, is scratched, sick.
Winback Farm of Canada's now home to Meadowlands Pace Champion Beach Glass.
Beach Glass wins the Cane Pace. Beach Glass.
Today it's Beach Glass. And Beach Glass is going to get there. Beach Glass in front.
Beach Glass. The beach is back. Beach Glass.
New to Winback Farm of Canada in 2024. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
New at the LCBO. Delicate and refreshing, Keep Calm is a collection of festive wines that are perfect to share. Keep Calm, sharing good times.
Confederate cut loose off cover. They're in deep stretch, and it's My Show. Here's Confederate with a relentless rally from the backfield. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's My Show's almost there. A late push from Confederate. It's My Show wins the big show in 147 and 4, the Pepsi North American Cup.
147 and 4, the final time for Scotty Money and It's My Show.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
Well, it's been a great night, and we still have one more. Well, we have 3 more races, but we have one more stakes race, and we also have the preferred, and then, of course, the finale in race number 10. But another graduate division. We saw a great performance by 7 Colors earlier tonight, and now we've got some that obviously met up with him at Flamborough not too long ago in the Juravinsky, including the winner of that race and Hunt in the Last Dollar. And he's going to be in against 6 others. We've got a scratch of Fulton. So let's start to break this down. We're going to get a good look at them out in the paddock here, Randy. We'll start with Irvin Hanover and Maneri coming off of a win. He's had a good night all in all. He's had a great year. And this is going to be the 3rd start in his barn.
He actually raced very, very good in both eliminations of the Juravinski. He chopped it out in the first elimination. And, you know, he's at the half in 54 flat over Flamborough. That is a vicious, vicious half over Flamborough. 122, he just got a little bit tired. It was all Clash that came off of his back and picked him off. Then his next start back up here, I mean, or in the final of the Juravinski, just nothing went his way. He drew the 8-hole, parked every step of the way, comes 3 wide, never is really going to be able to get into the race. So this is going to be 3rd start Maneri. I think that he's going to look really good in here tonight, and I love the way that he is in the paddock right now.
Kansas City Air Brothers send up Max Delight here. Sean Stacy gets the call to train. And Dave Miller in the bike. Form's been great, but now he gets a stakes test here and a pretty deep one.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You know, that's what we were looking at with Captain's Quarters tonight. You know, first-time stakes company. It's a different bunch. So both those last races were real humdingers. Now, I've raced, been at Philadelphia before. It's a very fast track. And he went 1:49 and won there. But look at the start before that when he goes 48-4 over the Meadowlands, and look at the last quarter, 25-4. I would say that this horse is on his game, looks good in the paddock right now.
And a Jeffrey Snyder bred one out of Michelle's Pride. We know that there's some good families, you know, through that lineage. Redwood Hanover, is he just trying to figure himself out?
I think that's kind of the way that it is right now. You know, he never was able to get the right kind of a trip within the Juravinski. Comes back here last week, had the 7-hole, took a lot of support, never really got in the race. And then when he did get in the race, it just seemed like he kind of just went through the motions. But again, that was that blue hunt. It's tough to close into a half like that. You know, they went down to the half in 53-4 and come a back half in 54 flat. How do you close? So, you know, with a smaller field, got an inside post here tonight. He could be a lot better. Very, very fast horse. We've seen big things out of him last year.
We'll see a visual of him, too, in a bit, but here's Why Not Now. We've been looking at him. Looks like Dean Nixon helping out the Luther outfit, and they're probably excited because they paid big bucks, somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. I think it was an on gate for him after he won the Progress Pace. They've had a couple of qualifiers. This horse loves to win.
Yeah, not only loves to win, though, he's yet to be off the board in his lifetime starts. You know, 18 starts last year, and then ends up with 18 times on the board, $617,000 made. Really, really looking forward to the way that to see that this guy's racing. Again, you know, you just said he was a winner of the Progress on the final, and then comes back with those 2 really, really good qualifiers going in 50 both times. Sets him up good here for tonight.
I think that was Fox Valley Landon we were looking at. Still kind of waiting to see No Control and Hunt in the last dollar, but some comments on them. No Control, a fan favorite around here. Obviously local ties, and I mean he went a monster trip in the Juravinski and still hung around to be 5th.
Yeah, he did, going a big mile, and I think going back to the bigger track kind of helps him out a little bit too. Louis did a good job, best job that he could do with him anyway. You know, it just didn't work into his favor, but I don't think it's going to hurt him that much, and I'm going to throw him in for 2nd here.
You know, Hunt in the last dollar. Remember when McNair's had him, and you know Dougie was going down to drive him in New York in the Sire Stakes, and you know he's a compact but well-built horse, and he really gets over a half. Nice. So I wasn't surprised to see him do as well as he did at Flamborough in the Juravinski, ultimately winning that. But look at those races at the Meadowlands too. I mean, it doesn't matter what size of track for this guy.
That's what I kind of like about him too. And not only is he racing good at the Meadowlands, he's chopping miles at the Meadowlands and racing good. And the one time that he chops the mile, he come off the rail to do it in the 4-year-old Open. And even though that the rail at the Meadowlands doesn't quite push back the way that our rail does with the slanted gate, it's still on a mile track. It's still not the easiest position to bomb a horse out of there. So that tells me that if he can leave the way that he did from the rail at the Meadowlands, with the scratches of the 6-horse Fulton, he's now going to have the 7-hole. I think he can just air him if that's what he wants.
I think that's what he does too, right? He's going to move forward with him in here, and you know, whether somebody tries to go round him or whatever, I mean, he can pocket up or he can remove as well. But yeah, I do think he's going to want to be in control at some point in here. But who's going to be the one that you maybe a little bit close to him early?
Well,
Who
I
do you
mean,
think?
I think that Sylvan has options. I mean, I don't think he wants to get into a spot where he's going to, end up being parked the whole mile like last start, because that could end up putting you into problems. But when he does ask the horse to leave, he can punch out of there pretty good. So I think that he can come out of there with Hunting the Last Daughter, and I think a dollar. And I think the 4-horse, Why Not Now? I think that he can also come out of there. The real question to me is, what are they going to do with Redwood Hanover? At some point, I think that they're going to try this guy, and maybe it's going to be tonight. It would be a good time to do it. Racing for $66,000. They've been racing him from off the pace a lot since he's qualified back, but he's had 3 good starts under his belt. Now it's time to see, what we have.
Yeah, well, we will see. I mean, there's a bunch. I labeled this one the easier division, but with that being said, I mean, obviously still great talent. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm necessarily saying, but evenly matched.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I know in the other one, although it didn't work out for It's My Show, we figured him to be a bigger player. I had Coach Stefanos in there. You really liked, Dexter down the outside.
7 Colors.
With 7 Colors, and he was good. But here, I mean, right now the board is saying that there's 5 legit horses with chances to come up with a win.
Yeah, the whole thing is really going to come down to the fact that if Yannick gets to the front with Hunting the Last Dollar and doesn't get pressured, it's going to be so impossible to reel him in unless there's a reason why he's not going to race good tonight. If any horse that can take a park at Flamborough and then go out and, cut a mile the way he did and go a mile and 50 flat on the end of it, and it shows him winning by 3/4 of a length, but he wasn't done. He was still pacing forward. He just had all class starting to come towards him, but at no point was he any kind of an issue for him or whatever. And I'm just scared that if he gets to the front and shuts it down, it's going to be real tough to reel him back in again.
I'd love to sit the deuce behind Hunting the Last Dollar with Why Not Now. But I think if that one or No Control can ride the pocket, I think either one of those could get up.
I agree.
Right?
Oh, I agree. I think that both of them are dangerous horses, and I'll throw Redwood Hanover in too. If he gets the right kind of trip, he's got some serious wheels on the end of it as well.
All right, we'll see if he races a bit closer tonight. We've got our final stakes group headed out to the track. We'll meet him on parade, and then Randy and I'll be back to chit-chat up to post time.
Horses are out for tonight's 8th race, the second Graduate Series tilt for the 4-year-old pacing horses. Irvin Hanover, number 1. Tim Tetrick with the Dave Mineri trainee Pollock Racing owns. Number 2 is Max Delight. Dave Miller up for trainer Sean Stacy. The owner is John Cancelier. This is number 3, Redwood Hanover, driven by James McDonald. Trainer is Anthony Beaton. Owners Mac Nickel, along with McKinley in fielding. Beaton shares ownership, so does David Mercer. Dexter Dunn aboard 4, Why Not Now? Todd Luther trains for Greg Luther Racing. Here's 5, No Control. In Reign 2, Sylvain Filion for trainer Tan McAuliffe. McAuliffe shares ownership with Kira Liberty and Ian and James Clark. Scratch the 6. Here's a look at number 7, Fox Valley Landon, Kyle Husted. For trainer Amy Husted. Owners are David Brigham. Kyle shares ownership, so does John Schwartz. And this is the 8, Hunt in the Last Dollar, Yannick Gingras for trainer Per Engblom, owned by John Fielding and E5 Racing. It's the 8th race, Graduate Series next, starting our final pick 3, post time in 5 minutes.
Hunt in the Last Dollar continues to be the favorite as we get a look at them on parade, but I mean, not far behind. A couple of them at 7-2 and then 4-1 on the inside on Max Delight. But as we, kind of go through it, I mean, inside pair here first, Irvin Hanover, Max Delight. Your thoughts?
Well, they both look good out on the track, and I think that they're both really nice horses. I just don't think that things have worked out perfectly for Irvin Hanover so far tonight. Picks up Tim Tetrick. That's not going to be a bad thing. And the two-horse Max Delight, really, really racing very, very good in his last 2 starts. His last one at Chester, May the 19th. He had 15 days in between those 2 races, but win them both. Misses a little bit of time when he comes up in here, but like I said, it didn't bother him before, and he's coming out of a good stable with Sean Stacy. So I like them both out there right now.
Redwood Hanover at 10-1. I know you're hoping to maybe see a little bit more early speed. I mean, he wasn't often a horse to be handled aggressively, but there were times, during last year and his rookie season.
I think at the Adios, didn't he go big efforts at the Adios?
He went a big trip and he was second. He was first over on the outside, but he got away 5th there. But the Milstein in Northfield, he cut out most of that before ultimately finishing 4th in there. But he has shown some speed. He can get involved earlier, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing with him. I don't think you want to be too far off the pace with him there, but he's got some deadly speed there, and I think at some point he's really going to stamp himself again as one of the top contenders.
Why not now? A couple of 50 and change qualifiers at Hoosier to get ready. I know it's his first start of the year, and he's kind of playing some catch up to these guys, but I don't think they travel here unless they think they got a shot to win.
Oh, absolutely. And Dexter's drove this guy a couple of times already. You can see down on the bottom. Yep. He drove him in the Pegasus, then he drove him in the Mons Circle, both at Hoosier. Had seconds with him both times. Both times he kind of come out of there. The one time he had the rail, got away 3rd, but still kept him up close. The other time, 7-hole, left out of there, 27 flat, got away in the 2-hole, and ended up finishing 2nd in there. Then Andy McCarthy took over, had a 2nd and a win in the Progress. Then he was shut down, comes back with 2 real solid qualifiers. I would have to say that this horse here could be really, really dangerous in here. It's just a matter of were those 2 qualifiers enough.
Nice build here on No Control for Tam McAuliffe and his team at 7-2, reunited with Sylvain Fillier. You think the Control the Moments are ones that'll get better with age?
I think that they will get better with age. He's never really had a solid book of mares given to him, and he's turned out some really, really nice horses in that. And what I will say again, and I've said it before, one thing about him, he puts some beautiful animals out on the track. There are some gorgeous animals, and that is one of them right there. That is one stunning looking horse, No Control.
I know he's a big price on the board, but we saw him in parade. I mean, he looks the part, and there he is for Team Houston. Fox Valley Landon, he comes in from Hoosier as well, a son of some star somewhere. I mean, last year, 3, he won 11 of 14.
Yeah, I mean, obviously had a big campaign last year. He qualified twice down in South Florida, Trotting Center. The last one was in 51-4. And then he comes up, he goes easy with him in the Open the first time. He just ends up finishing 9th. The next time he goes out of there a little bit with him, finished 6th by 4.5, but just lost a little bit of ground there. So I'm thinking that May 17th, unless they got a really deep mile into him, he might need one in against this group.
And there is Hunt in the Last Dollar. Again, I agree with you. Bob did such a great job with him in the elimination of the Juravinsky to do enough to get him in. And then when he got the better post, he was used aggressively, raced tough there, was able to hold on for the win. And, he's come back a couple of weeks later and looks fantastic.
When a horse gets, especially horses at this level that are used to being raced hard, when they get those easy trips, it just seems like it sets them up for a few weeks, So I think that this guy is still feeling that trip of Bobby McClure's. I think it set him up amazing for the final. But like I said, even what we've seen with Osceola earlier on, it was the trip 2 starts before that's setting him to this really good form right now. And I think that that's what we're going to see with Hunting the Last Dollar. Big props out to McClure, the way he drove that horse from the 8-hole.
And even though he was involved early in his first 2 races of the season, I mean, you look at those races, they wouldn't have taken much out of him.
No.
Right? I
No.
mean, it's not they went wicked fractions up front or anything like that. He was able to follow the first week, and then the other one, he got things his own way and just outkicked them pretty easily.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's what scares me a little bit about this horse. I think that he's starting to get like better. And I mean, you know, if he keeps getting these kind of nice kind of trips, because I honestly think that he could go out of there, blast him out of there. And other than if maybe whatever one's sitting on his back, I think he's going to get everything his own way on the front end.
Well, there's no doubt about it now. He's the clear choice on the board. Kenny 6-5 on the Juravinski Champ, Hunting the Last Dollar.
All right, we'll see if he can get it done here tonight as he makes his way to the big track. He's such a versatile horse, capable, speedy. Hunting the Last Dollar at 6-5, 3-1 on the 2. Max Delight getting play, 7-2 on the 4. Why Not Now, 9-2 on the 5. No Control Money really spread around here. As the gate swings off the turn into the stretch, we've got a talented group of 7. Second division of the Graduate Series. Here they come. Field picks up speed. And they're off, and a good beginning. Speed in the center as No Control leaves out. Why Not Now does too. There at the rail is Irvin Hanover. Speed outside from Hunting the Last Dollar. Taken back into 5th travels Max Delight. 6th Redwood Hanover. Trailing early 7th Fox Valley Landon. Sweeping into turn 1 they'll chase No Control, who's put up front tonight, into that pocket spot. Races along Why Not Now. Parked out pressing 3rd. To 2nd comes Hunting the Last Dollar. And the favorite finds the front for Gingras after parking through a quarter of 26-2. Hunting the Last Dollar makes his way to the front and he stretches out the lead to 2. On No Control, who's back in 2nd. Why Not Now is 3rd. It's Irvin Hanover 4th. Max Delight 5th. A length and a half in 6th to Redwood Hanover. And the trailer from in 7th, about to get jammed up there, is Fox Valley Landon. Field coming up to the midway point. They're after Hunting the Last Dollar, who leads the length. 2nd to No Control, 55 3 1/2. They race into the final turn after a 29-1 second quarter. Hunting the Last Dollar on top of length. It's No Control sitting on his back into 2nd. Outside 3rd for Max Delight. The rail 4th belongs to Why Not Now. Covered up 5th is Redwood Hanover. 6th outside to Fox Valley Landon. Trapped in 7th is Irvin Hanover. They're coming to 3/4 and the speed quickens now. As with the lead is Hunting the Last Dollar. Pocket Rider No Control. It's Max Delight first up 3rd. 3/4 in 1:23. Spinning into the stretch. Hunting the Last Dollar on top. No Control in the pocket spot. Outside 3rd, Max Delight starts to level off. Hunting the Last Dollar starts to spring a leak in deep stretch. He's on top, but scooting through comes No Control late. Still there, Hunting the Last Dollar, drifting off the rail, but still up front at full length. No Control can't get him, nor can Redwood Hanover. Hunting the Last Dollar wins it a length. 2nd was No Control in 1:49-2.
Kind of the way we mapped it out early on, leaving out of there and Hunting the Last Dollar. You could see Gingras was able to back it down in that second quarter, and then he was just good to go. Although the inside opened, I mean, he still had plenty, and so he raced great. No Control was solid, but Redwood Hanover raced good too.
Redwood Hanover really, you know, put on a big effort. We were waiting to see that from him because we know he's got the ability to do it. He just hasn't really been showing a whole lot of it this year, but each start that he gets into him, you know, I think he's going to get that much stronger, and that's the kind of race that we know he's capable of, you know, flashing huge speed on the end of the mile.
Yeah, Why Not Now, my pick, followed in that 3-hole. I don't know what he really had to offer late here. Wasn't exactly climbing over them, but you know, I'm not sure he really had much clear track really at any point either.
He didn't really have clear track, and the thing is he had to start him up in a real short period of time. Like at this point, he's not started up yet. So he's got to start him up, and you got to remember too, you know, 2 qualifiers.
No, I know.
This race is only going to make him better.
Yep, exactly.
And I think that he, like I said, I'm happy with him. He didn't go backwards when he got him going, but at where he had to start him up when a horse is coming into this race, let's say a little bit light on fitness, it's so much harder to get them to click into gear like that. I think that race really set him up well.
Yeah, did he ever take the late money though, Hunting the Last Dollar? I mean, we knew he was the favorite, but 4-5.
Ooh, wow.
Really dropped down there. But yeah, a strong season. I mean, when we look at the 2 groups of graduates that we saw tonight for the Pacers, I mean, It's a good group of just straight up 4-year-olds.
Yeah, this is the whole thing, you know, how far is this going to go, you know? And I mean, I'm not even 100% sure if we've seen the very best of them, because we've seen so many times before horses just come out of the woodwork. You don't even hear of them, you know what I mean? They were 3-year-olds that hadn't done much, whatever, and now all of a sudden they become great 4-year-olds, you know? So I don't think the story's over yet, but boy, Hunting the Last Dollar, 7 Colors, I think they really stamped themselves as 2 of the tough ones.
There we go, back upstairs to join Ken.
All right, and back to Victory Lane is 8 Hunting the Last Dollar, 4-year-old son of Huntsville, out of the Better's Delight mare. $800 bill. He's owned by John Fielding of Scarborough, along with E5 Racing of Florida. Per Engblom, the trainer. Yannick Gingras, winning reinsman. It's the 3rd win from 5 tries on the year. Career victory number 11 comes tonight for the popular Hunting the Last Dollar. 4 to 5 favorite delivers. Over the 5, no control. 3 Redwood, Hanover. And 4, Why Not Now?
And our final stakes event of the night sees Hunting the Last Dollar take the 2nd division of the Graduate. And I'm joined by winning driver Yannick Gingras. And just moving out from that outside starting spot, getting to the front, ends up being the race right there. How was he tonight?
He was really good, Stu. I was happy with him. Good fractions, obviously, the first quarter, but then after that, he got a good fraction middle half, and he sprinted home good.
He was really good in the Juravinsky, obviously, and now he parlays that into another victory here tonight. What do you think of him, just how he stacks up? And I know this is 4-year-olds right now, but obviously as the year goes on, it'll be taking on the big boys.
No, absolutely. I think he stacks really good with these, obviously. He was good at Flamborough, really good here tonight. The other division, there's good horses in there too, so it's not going to get any easier, but with some experience and keep racing like this, I think he can go with most of them.
All right, Yannick, we'll let you get back to the paddock. Thanks so much for doing this. Congratulations.
Thanks, Stu. Have a good night.
All right, Hunting the Last Dollar takes the 2nd division of the Graduate. That wraps up the stakes action here tonight. Still the late double to come.
Field picks up speed. And they're off, and a good beginning. Speed in the center as No Control leaves out. Why Not Now does too. There at the rail is Irvin Hanover. Speed outside from Hunting the Last Dollar. Taken back into 5th travels Max Delight. 6th Redwood Hanover. Trailing early 7th Fox Valley Landon. Sweeping into turn 1. They'll chase No Control, who's put up front tonight, into that pocket spot. Races along Why Not Now. Parked out pressing 3rd. To 2nd comes Hunting the Last Dollar. And the favorite finds the front for Gingras after parking through a quarter of 26 and 2. Hunt in the Last Dollar makes his way to the front and he stretches out the lead to 2. On No Control, who's back in second. Why Not Now is third. It's Irvin Hanover fourth. Max Delight fifth. A length and a half in sixth to Redwood Hanover. And the trailer from in seventh, about to get jammed up there, is Fox Valley Landon. Field coming up to the midway point. They're after Hunt in the Last Dollar, who leads a length. Second to No Control, 55 3.5. They race into the final turn after a 29-1 second quarter. Hunt in the Last Dollar on top of length. It's No Control sitting on his back into second. Outside third for Max Delight. The rail fourth belongs to Wine Out Now. Covered up fifth is Redwood Hanover. Sixth outside to Fox Valley Landon. Trapped in seventh is Irvin Hanover. They're coming to three quarters and the speed quickens now. As with the lead is Hunt in the Last Dollar. Pocket Rider No Control. It's Max Delight first up third. Three quarters in 1:23. Spinning into the stretch. Hunt in the Last Dollar on top. No Control in the pocket spot. Outside third, Max Delight starts to level off. Hunt in the Last Dollar starts to spring a leak in deep stretch. He's on top, but scooting through comes No Control late. Still there, Hunt in the Last Dollar drifting off the rail, but still up front at full length. No Control can't get him, nor can Redwood Hanover. Hunt in the Last Dollar wins it a length. Second was No Control in 1:49-2. Rundown race 8, Irvin Hanover 5th, Max Delight 7th, Redwood Hanover 3rd, Why Not Now 4th, No Control 2nd, Fulton Scratched, Fox Valley Landon 6th, Hunt in the Last Dollar, the race winner. 10 minutes on the clock to post time for the upcoming 9th race. Final chance at a daily double on this 10-race card. And no changes in this upcoming 9th race.
And it's my show. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's my show.
Confederate destroys them. Confederate dominates the Meadowlands pace.
On the inside, Cannibal wins the adios.
And Confederate draws cleared. It's all Confederate in the cane pace.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Confederate cut loose on cover. They're in deep stretch, and it's my show. Here's Confederate with a relentless rally from the backfield. Confederate comes after It's My Show. It's My Show's almost there. A late push from Confederate. It's My Show wins the big show in 1:47-4, the Pepsi North American Cup.
1:47-4, the final time for Scotty Money, and It's My Show.
Horses are on the track for tonight's ninth race, kicking off the final double of the evening. Number 1 is Control Heaven, Travis Cullen for owner-trainer Malik Smith. Number 2 is Hungry Man, James McDonald with the Richard Moreau trainee Brad Grant owns. Tyler Borth on 3, Emmett's Buddy, trained by Mike Kwitnowski for owner-breeder Arthur Ray. Louis Philippois with Jabberwocky the 4, trained by Rick Ciron. His Rick Ciron stable owns with Jim Walker, John Donato, and Earn It to Burn It stable. 5 is Livin' the Beach Life, with Trevor Henry for trainer Victor Putty, owners Gord McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Doug McNair's on 6, Wheels on Fire, trained by Richard Moreau. The owner is Brad Grant. There's 7, Salzburg Victor, Brett McDonald owns and drives. Partners with Brent McLennan, Ron McDonald trains. And 8 is Write Me a Rose, handled by Sylvain Fillion for trainer Kyle Fellows, the owner-breeder Windermere Stable. It's race 9, coming up in about 5 minutes.
Still a couple races to go on this Saturday night from Mohawk Park. The 9th to kick off the late double. Preferred 2 pacers, a group of 8 in here, where favoritism's on Salzburg Victor. And one thing we can agree on, Randy, is that it seems right now he's in pretty good form.
He's in really, really good form right now. You know, it's just a matter of what kind of a trip he's going to end up getting out of it. But, you know, if he's able to stay close with him and not overdo it to get there, he's going to put a big, big move on the end of it. Just a matter of, is he going to have enough to go by some of these other ones, like an Emmett's Buddy, who potentially could race up close too.
You know, the horse we're looking at right now, Control Heaven, I just quickly wanted to ask you about him because I know he hasn't made the money back from the claim yet, but, I mean, he looks like a good claim from Malik.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, he's claimed for $38,000. What's he worth right now? Would he be worth $100,000? You know, I mean, really,
the level
good,
the preferred too, and that was the top preferred.
Right, level of horses that he's beating right now. You know, I'd say he's worth closer to $100,000. So I think they've done good. He's the most horsepower that Malik Smith has got his hands on. He's done a great, great job with him. Got the rail. You know, he's a scary kind of horse. I don't see him pacing away from this field, but I do see him sitting up close.
If he can follow.
Right, and putting up a big effort.
Yeah, I know we're seeing Hungry Man here. Long shot for James McDonald coming out of the Juravinsky. We're going to see Emmett's Buddy in a moment. That's my play of the night. You got both your plays the night home, right?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Oh, he looks good.
And, yeah, well, and I hope he looks good striding across the wire ahead of all of them because I made him my best bet. I like him because this level specifically, he's 4 for 5 when he's at the preferred 2. I just think he was up against it in his last pair with his racing style, the way the races unfolded from a pace scenario, and I just think tonight this is just going to suit him better.
I agree with you. I think that he's going to be real good in here tonight. I put him in for second, simply hoping that I might be able to beat him with a speed horse. But if anything, he gets any kind of a trip whatsoever. In my opinion, right now, he's the deepest horse in this race.
Jabberwocky, Ziron's charge in here. You know, for a horse that's only got 1 win this year, I mean, he's in the thick of things quite often.
He made my horse to watch list in his last start there. That was an incredible mile. He went out of the 8 hole there. He took a big park, and then he went to the front, tried to chop it out. Now, he went into that race on a 21-day rotation, missed 3 weeks. Now he's coming back into this one more or less the same. He did make my horse to watch list, but I didn't use him in here tonight with the stale date.
That just worry you that he's been battling some stuff?
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
Sickness, allergy, whatever it may
could
be right now.
It could be feet. Could be a lot of things, you know.
Yeah. Living the beach life for Vic Putty and Trevor Henry. Hey, he's had success at the top level, and I think he's starting to come back around as he climbs the class ladder again.
He's just a consistent horse, right?
Yeah.
You know, $200,000 made last year, grinding it out. Now this year he's already got $72,000 made. He's more or less right back on pace to have a big year. He's on great form right now, and Trevor had a good third with him last week. He knows how good he was, so I think that you're going to see Trevor coming out of there with living the beach life.
This horse here has given us countless top performances here on this track over the years. Wheels on Fire is one of the nicest horses to look at, too. He's just huge, and he's coming off of a win, and a win that all the connections, and you know, especially Doug, very proud of because of what he's had to overcome this horse. Do you see him back in the win column at the preferred level in the near future, even tonight maybe?
Tonight, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I didn't use him in here tonight. Now, where I seen the difference in him, Chad, was 2 starts ago. He had the 10-hole. He come out onto the track, and I thought since he's come back, he's always had like kind of favored a little bit of a nod. Not bad, you know what I mean, but just something that wasn't there before.
Tension maybe,
something that wasn't there earlier on in his career, you know. And then he came out May the 18th from the 10-hole there, and it was gone. And I'm thinking, oh no. And he, you know, he blasted out of the 10-hole, finished second beat ahead. I put him up on top last week, and he came out looking the same. He looks every bit as good tonight. This horse is really turning a big corner, and I can see why Dougie elected to stay with Wheels on Fire, other than just the Brad Grant connection.
Still the favorite is Victor. We talked about him. What about your play here? Write me a rose.
I like him in here. You know, I mean, things are going to have to go his way. He hasn't had to step in against these kinds of horses, but he's got the speed to go with them. So, you know, if he gets the right kind of trip, they over-race this a little bit. I think that Write Me a Rose can get there, and I think, you know, at 9-2, that's what I'm looking at, trying to find something with a little bit of a price.
And he's one of the top 4-year-olds on the grounds.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a preferred 2 pace to kick off the late double as they line up.
Line up indeed, field of 8 here, 8-5 on 7, Salzburg Victor. He was a fast closing second in his most recent home in 25-4 against the top level preferred handicap horses. He's getting 8-5 support tonight. Second choice set 3-1 is 3, Emmett's Buddy. Write Me a Rose sits at 9-2, as does the rail horse Control Heaven. Solid field, group of 8 lined up for this preferred 2 tilt. It's post time. Here they come. Often pacing, Wheels on Fire gets marching orders. He's out fast. Outside of him is Salzburg Victor. There at the rail is Control Heaven away neatly into third. Alongside him in fourth is Hungry Man. Center of the racetrack, Living the Beach Light, pacing up into fifth now. Emmett's Buddy taken back into sixth. Seventh pressing on goes Jabberwocky. The early trailer in the backfield is Write Me a Rose. So they scoot into the opening turn, and they'll do so chasing Salzburg Victor. Favorite found the front. Wheels on Fire second at a quarter of 26-3. In at the rail third is Control Heaven. Then it's back fourth inside to Livin' the Beach Life. Jabberwocky is a real pumped up fifth, as Wah has no other option to just sit outside and ride it out. Sixth towards the rail is Hungry Man. Seventh and up on the move goes Emmett's Buddy, and the trailer from back in eighth remains Write Me a Rose. They're almost at the midway point. Salzburg Victor in charge. Wheels on Fire sits in behind his pocket draft. Halftime 55-2, 28-4 that second quarter, and they're into the final turn. Salzburg Victor in charge. Wheels on Fire. Heck of a trip in second. In at the rail third is Control Heaven. The nightmare continues for long shot Jabberwocky, fourth outside. He's just in the road. Back there from in fifth is Livin' the Beach Life. Sixth and able to come through now is Emmett's Buddy, as Wah puts his charge in the center of the track. Further back we go to Write Me a Rose, and scooting up the rail is Hungry Man. 3 quarters in 123. Game on. On that lead, Salzburg Victor. Wheels on Fire pulls pocket and goes on the attack. Third outside, Control Heaven, scooting through his Livin' the Beach Life into the final eighth of the mile. Salzburg Victor, he's on top by 2 lengths on Wheels on Fire, who's second. Here's Salzburg Victor, a winner in front-stepping fashion. Salzburg Victor in front, Wheels on Fire second, close for show in 1:49. Here's a look at the winner of tonight's ninth race. It's the 7 Salzbrook Victor back to victory lane. 6-year-old son of Source of Pride out of the Real Artist Mare Atlanta Girl. Co-owned and driven by Brett McDonald, his partner Brent McLennan, trainer Ron McDonald. Salzbrook Victor lights the lamp for the 4th time this year and for the 24th time in his career. Sharp front stepping mile tonight for the 7-horse Salzbrook Victor as he takes down another win, and he does so in career best fashion. 149 for the 7 Salzbrook Victor. Here they come. Often pacing, Wheels on Fire gets marching orders. He's out fast. Outside of him is Salzbrook Victor. There at the rail is Control Heaven away neatly into 3rd. Alongside him in 4th is Hungry Man. Center of the racetrack, Living the Beach Light, pacing up into 5th now. Emmett's Buddy taken back into 6th. 7th pressing on goes Jabberwocky. The early trailer in the backfield is Write Me a Rose. So they scoot into the opening turn, and they'll do so chasing Salzbrook Victor. Favor found the front. Wheels on Fire second at a quarter of 26 and 3. In at the rail 3rd is Control Heaven. Then it's back 4th inside to Livin' the Beach Life. Jabberwocky is a real pumped up 5th as Wah has no other option to just sit outside and ride it out. 6 towards the rail is Hungry Man. 7th and up on the move goes Emmett's Buddy, and the trailer from back in 8th remains Write Me a Rose. They're almost at the midway point. Salzbrook Victor in charge. Wheels on Fire sits in behind his pocket draft. Halftime 55 and 27-2, 28-4 that second quarter, and they're into the final turn. Salzburg Victor in charge, wheels on fire, heck of a trip in second. In at the rail third is Control Heaven. The nightmare continues for long shot Jabberwocky, fourth outside. He's just in the road. Back there from in fifth is Livin' the Beach Life. Sixth and able to come through now is Emmett's Buddy as Waugh puts his charge in the center of the track. Further back we go to Right Mia Rose, and scooting up the rail is Hungry Man, 3/4 in 123. Game on. On that lead, Salzburg Victor. Wheels on fire, pulls pocket and goes on the attack. Third outside, Control Heaven, scooting through his Livin' the Beach Life into the final eighth of the mile. Salzburg Victor, he's on top by 2 lengths on Wheels on Fire, who's second. Here's Salzburg Victor, a winner in front-stepping fashion. Salzburg Victor in front, Wheels on Fire second, close for show in 1:49. Rundown from tonight's ninth race: Control Heaven 4th, Hungry Man 6th, Emmett's Buddy 7th, Jabberwocky 8th, Livin' the Beach Life 3rd, Wheels on Fire 2nd, Salzburg Victor, the race winner, Right Mia Rose, finished 5th. Eight away from race number 10, no program changes.
One final time tonight, welcome back in the studio with Chad and Randy as we put the finishing touches on a great Saturday night, our first stakes-filled card, the Grand Circuit back. I mean, it's just, I know it's not officially summer, but it's kind of the kickoff to summer.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I wanted to ask you something before we get into this last race. We had the eliminations of the Some Beach Somewhere tonight. Give me your best Some Beach Somewhere remembrance race. The race that you really, if somebody was to say to you, you know, the biggest thing that you remember about Some Beach Somewhere, what race would that be? There's lots.
No, I know. You could pick really any of them, but I'm honestly just going to go with the NA Cup. And it was a combination of him doing what he does, but Kenny and that call.
Yeah.
And I mean, I still hear it, you know, and he's big, he's strong, and he's got it going on. And it's still just, it makes the hair stand up.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
So I'm gonna go throw two of them at you.
Okay.
My two biggest Some Beach Somewhere races is when he won the Battle of Waterloo in 50. That was an incredible mile over Grand River that day. And as a 2-year-old, this is what started him on the road. And to me, the other biggest race that this horse ever went was the time he tasted defeat.
Yeah.
I don't think any horse could have lived through that, you know, what he did and just get picked off on the wire.
Artificial.
You know, it was an amazing performance.
Yeah. And, you know, back to him in Grand River, and we know that's where it all started for him. And for those of you that know, I had the opportunity to run that track last year, and Jenna McDonnell's there now this year, and she's going to have a great time with the new track 5/8. But I know one thing I would have liked to have done is with that half mile gone, and a half mile that obviously he covered, and and what he did, I'd love for them to find a way of incorporating his name somehow. I know it's here in a Some Beach Somewhere Stakes.
Right.
But
I see what
incorporate
you're
his
saying.
name. You know, like I'd love the Battle of Waterloo to be called the Some Beach Somewhere, but I know it can't because of this. But just find some other way. That would have been something I would have wanted to try.
That
to
was
do.
an incredible start, though, in the Battle of
Yeah,
Waterloo.
that's what I mean. Like, and that's where it all started. You you do that. So a lot of fun, and we could talk all night about some Beat Somewhere stories, but we got other things to talk about right now. Let's first go horse to watch, and I think there was a few you could have maybe chose from, but I know you're going to go in one of the trot races.
Yeah, I'm going to go to race number 5, and that's going to be the 6-horse Hasty Bid, and this was a really good race. I mean, we had Osceola winning it, we had Ghostly Casper putting a huge rush on the end of it, and we had Hasty Bid. But I'm going to go with Hasty Bid. I think that James really set this horse up good. You know, you were saying earlier too, he's at some point he's heading down to New Jersey. This horse, this sets him up big. Now, you said that his last quarter was down as 27-4.
27-4.
Right. It's the last 1/8 of a mile, the last 16th of a mile. Look at this lateral move he makes with this guy. So he's already deep into the 8th, but he still hasn't let him trot. Now he turns him loose. This is the last 16th of a mile. If you're coming a quarter in 28 seconds, you're doing them in 7 seconds. These 16ths, I say he come that one in about 6 flat. He was absolutely flying on the end of it. My horse to watch, Hasty Bid.
Yeah, he's going to head to the Big M to prepare for the next leg of the Graduate, which I think is on the eve of the NA Cup, so on that Friday night. I think James is also saying he's got the Hamiltonian Maturity there as well. So some starts south of the border for Hasty Bid. Now, star of the night. I mean, I think you could have gone equine, you could have gone driver, trainer. I don't know. Where did you land?
I ended up landing on Mr. Louis Wa is going to be my star of the night tonight there. So let's break Louis' night down. I thought that he had some really stunning drives out there tonight, but let's take a look at these 2 wins. So this time, race number 6, Nijinsky. Wow, what a mile this thing went. I mean, he looked unbelievable. Look at the tight lines on the end of it. Captain's quarters coming into the picture. So big effort there for Nijinsky, for trainer Tony Beaton, driver Louis Wa. And then he comes back in the race 7, right back with what you looking at. What a mile this guy goes. He come from the clouds, come from outerwear, and just absolutely rolling on the end of it for the Dave Maneri stable. So nice night for Louis Wa. He had some other nice drives in there as well, but I thought that these 2 were real nice ones. And I can't say enough of the way that I think Nijinsky is starting off his season as a 3-year-old. He's going to be very tough to beat for any 3-year-old because he's got the ability to cut a mile, leave hard, sit in the 2-hole, chase a horse down. A lot of tools that Nijinsky has. But Louis Wa, great driving tonight. You are my star of the card.
All right, so Louis Wa is the star of the card. And I mean, I know it sounds like a broken record, but I mean, our provincial program, we just produce and produce and produce.
And not just on the pacing side. Like I said, look at the trotters tonight.
Exactly. Top 3 spots. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just such a strong program. Celebrating their 50th year this year too. So strong program and horses that we see have a lot of success on the Grand Circuit. So excited about that. One more to talk about here quickly. Race number 10, fresh start to the Jackpot High 5 as one lucky winner south of the border took home more than $30,000 US plus last night. So congrats on that win. And here with this fresh start, got a fairly wide open board. Your pick, Warwi, for Laura, though, right now at 3-2, trying to get Borth to the win column. Just an easier overall spot?
I think it's a little better spot for him, and I just like the way that he's racing. You know, he's not going to have to take on some of those Bearcats that he faced last week. He's got a couple of nice older horses in here, like Kopi Luwak. Call Me It, I think, is a pretty nice horse himself. Of course, Bob Blah Blah, when he starts to get them wheels on the end of it, he's going to make a big noise out there for Kenny Middleton. But to me, I think that this is a gold colt that's facing maybe some kind of grass-rooty kind of a horses, sort of. So I think he's got a real good shot in here to end the night off for Tyler Borth in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he's my 3rd pick. I got the 4 second. I really like Kopi Luwak. Class opened up to a nominators of 5, which he not more than 5, so he fits. I think he looks to take full advantage from an inside post position where he can push through and hopefully follow into a winning trip to cap off what's been a pretty good weekend for Mr. Doug McNair. But that's going to do it for us. I had a lot of fun.
I did too. It was great, man.
Great to be back. Look forward to it. This is a great time to be a racing fan. I mean, what time really isn't, but I appreciate everybody tuning in and joining us on track 2. Hopefully you enjoyed the action. Still one more to try and cash. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Racing resumes on Monday. Don't forget next week, going 5 days. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. A 10-pack underway at 7:10. Randy and I'll be back here for the pregame show at 6:30. Have a good night, everyone.
Horses are out for tonight's 10th. Here's the 1, Kobe Luwak. Doug McNair for trainer Richard Moreau. Brad Grant owns. Phil Hoot on the 2, Century Inspector. Blair Burgess trains for Eric Rosine. Here's 3, T.H. McMurray. Louis Philippois for trainer-owner Jeffrey Taylor. Partners with Siobhan Andrasek and Andrew Wright. Leave It to Leo number 4. Millar Farms owns. Nicolucci trains. Driving is James McDonald. Where Are We for Laura 5? Tyler Borth owns and drives. Frank Baker Jr. co-owns and trains. Partners with William Stevenson. The 6, Call Me It. Trevor Henry for trainer Katarina Boshniak. The JJS Stables owns. 7 is Bob Loblaw. Sylvain Filion aboard. This is one that I bred, co-own and train. Share ownership with Dave Walls, James Grant, and the Starting Center Stables. Here's a look at number 8, Salzburg Ian. Travis Cullen for trainer Kyle Fellows, owned by Red Oak Stables. Cruise Hanover 9, Andre Goish, training and driving. Gino Toscani, the owner. And Captain Carlos 10 with Jody Jameson for trainer Blake McIntosh, the owner Tim Dickinson. Field of 10 for race 10, heading to the gate in about 5 minutes. 10th race field moving up to the gate now. We've got a group of 10. Favorite from the rail, Kopi Luwak. Doug McNair aboard the Richard Moreau class dropper. Searching for his first victory of the year. 0 for 14, the record coming in on the season. See if he can break through tonight as many predict. He is 6 to 5. 7 to 2 in the 5. War we for Laura. 4 to 1 on the 10. Captain Carlos. It's post time. Here they come. They are often pacing. Big start outside. Captain Carlos busting out of there. Coming through at the center is Leave It to Leo. Pushing up the rail is Kopi Luwak now. In behind them is Century Inspector. Laid outside is Warwi for Laura. Then it's T.H. McMurray. Captain Carlos 6th and parked. Further back to Call Me It. Then it's Bob Blah Blah. Further back towards the inside Salzburg Ian. And the early trailer is Cruise Hanover. So into that opening turn they travel. Chasing Leave It to Leo's on top in 27 and 1. Parked out pressure comes from Warwi for Laura, who's limbed out and driving. Then back to third is Kopi Luwak, and he too is on the move now. Century Inspector from in fourth. Fifth in at the rail, T.H. McMurray. Sixth, Captain Carlos. Then seventh is Call Me It. Further back we go to five, Blah Blah Blah. And the final two in the field as they near the midway point, Salzburg, Ian, and Cruise Hanover. Coming up to the midway point, favorite Kopi Luwak's in charge in 55 and 3, and he'll take that lead to the final turn. Feeling pressure from the parked out long shot Century Inspector, who's suddenly right up alongside him. So Kopi Luwak getting pressed by Century Inspector. Outside third is Leave It to Leo. In at the row fourth is Warwi for Laura. Overland from in fifth now travels up T.H. McMurray. Captain Carlos is buried. Call Me It is outside. Blah 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 is in at the rail. Then we go further back to Salzburg Ian, and the trailer is Cruise Hanover 3/4 in 1:23 and 4 coming into the stretch. Still with the lead, it's Kopi Luwak. In that pocket spot travels along Warwi for Laura. Outside third travels up Leave It to Leo. In at the rail is Captain Carlos, and they're into the final eighth of the mile. Still on that lead, it's Kopi Luwak drawing clear to a 3-length advantage here. Kopi Luwak delivers. It is Kopi Luwak in front. Tight for second on the outside. It looked like Leave It to Leo in 1:51 and 1. Top 5 finishers posted 1-4-5, 10-8. Winner of tonight's 10th is number 1, Kopi Luwak. Kopi Luwak, 4-year-old son of Stay Hungry, out of the Coal Muffler Mare. A unique acquisition. Brad Grant of Milton, the owner, trainer Richard Moreau, winning driver Doug McNair. First win this year in 15 starts for the one, Kopi Luwak, as he picks up career victory number 6. Time for the mile, 151 and 1. Kopi Luwak returning 420, $2 exacta 20.40, dollar trifecta 19.90, the dollar superfecta 67.25, jackpot high five tickets, dollar winning tickets paid 312.20 apiece. We have a carryover to the Monday evening program, just shy of $7,000. $2 double paid 12.20. Payout on the dollar pick three, wrapping up into race number 10. Pick 3 came back at $18.85. Late pick 4 paid $83.15. And the $1 late pick 5 good for $400.10. A day away tomorrow, back at it Monday. 7:10 is first race post time this Monday evening. We hope you can join us. Here they come. They are often pacing. Big start outside. Captain Carlos busting out of there. Coming through at the center is Leave It to Leo. Pushing up the rail is Kopi Luwak now. In behind them is Century Inspector. Laid outside is Warwe for Laura. Then it's T.H. McMurray. Captain Carlos sixth and parked. Further back to Call Me It. Then it's Bob Blah Blah. Further back towards the inside Salzburg Ian. And the early trailer is Cruise Hanover. So into that opening turn they travel. Chasing Leave It to Leo's on top in 27 and 1. Parked out pressure comes from Warwe for Laura, who's limbed out and driving. Then back to third is Kopi Luwak, and he too is on the move now. Century Inspector from in fourth. Fifth in at the rail, T.H. McMurray. Sixth, Captain Carlos. Then seventh is Call Me It. Further back we go to five, Blah Blah Blah. And the final two in the field as they near the midway point, Salzburg Ian and Cruise Hanover. Coming up to the midway point, favorite Kopi Luwak's in charge in 55 and 3, and he'll take that lead to the final turn. Feeling pressure from the parked out long shot Century Inspector, who's suddenly right up alongside him. So Kopi Luwak getting pressed by Century Inspector. Outside third is Leave It to Leo. In at the row fourth is Warwe for Laura. Overland from in fifth now. Travels up T.H. McMurray. Captain Carlos is buried. Call Me It is outside. Bob Blah Blah is in at the rail. Then we go further back to Salzburg Ian, and the trailer is Cruise Hanover 3/4 in 1:23 and 4. Coming into the stretch, Still with the lead, it's Kopi Luwak. In that pocket spot, travels along Warwi for Laura. Outside third, travels up, Leave It to Leo. In at the rail is Captain Carlos, and they're into the final eighth of the mile. Still on that lead, it's Kopi Luwak, drawing clear to a 3-length advantage here. Kopi Luwak delivers. It is Kopi Luwak in front. Tight for second on the outside. It looked like Leave It to Leo in 1:51.1.
They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.